close it. When I close, doors open. Every key I.
This is a competition. Somebody's going home with the top closer title belt.
If I did 189, would you have to talk to her, or could you agree to that? All right, let's do 189.9 then.
If I gave you 31, will you sign today?
Where's our time?
So
If that's a price we can do, is this something you'd be ready to move forward with today as far as like an agreement in place?
More urgency, closing time. Close it. Pick up the
Strap in. Everybody get excited.
He was good.
But this guy's got skills, and his approach is different, and it works so well.
I look at rapport not as like, weather sports.
That was probably top 5 that I've ever seen.
He blew us away.
The truth is I already knew it. I'm so hot I'm melting the it like ice.
It's the noise talking and backing it up for me, and the consistency.
It's something that you're never going to be able to see, I think, replicated anywhere else. It's so much you can learn from this.
this is the best training series anybody could ever ask for.
Mr. Knox, we're taking care of him, and we're going to spend the money with the family for somebody I don't know, okay?
Yeah.
On every call, it's sell or be sold. Let's go!
Man, I thought that was going to be something.
Is that something that you would want to move forward with, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything is possible. There is nothing holding you back.
Baby, you won! You won, man!
Yeah!
It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do? Close
And
it.
that's
I want the proof.
the bottom line.
Call it. Yeah, close it. Hey, close it. Pick up the phone. Close it. Big escrow. Close it. $1 million deal. Close it. It's all on you. Close it. What you gonna do? Close it. I want the proof. Close it. $1 million.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 49. Holy cow, we're almost finished with 50 deals, 50 states, 50 days, 2.0. Good morning, Miss Cassandra.
Good morning.
Are you crying?
Fake crying.
Fake cry?
Fake crying.
I feel it. It was a weird feeling this morning, like getting ready. I don't know. I honestly can't believe that we're almost finished. From an acquisition standpoint, it's a very odd feeling because I almost feel like I've finished. Like we had a couple of contracts that got signed over the weekend. 11th Avenue in Cedar Rapids, Iowa signed. That was like legitimately the last contract that I've sent out that could be signed from cold calling. We only have one contract through Lead Zolo that can be signed realistically, like where I feel like, okay, they should sign. Speed to Lead is wrapped up. JV's wrapped up. Minute Page is wrapped up. The brand is wrapped up. So it's like, I've got essentially like one contract to follow up on. Everything else is kind of very much in limbo. Don't think anything's going to happen. So getting ready this morning, I was like, yeah, I mean, I know we're at day 49, but it almost kind of feels like from an acquisition standpoint, I'm done. It almost feels like we're ready to start 3.0. It's a very strange feeling.
Yeah, what day are you planning to start 3.0?
I don't know. This coming weekend is going to play an important role in that, I mean, right. Closers Olympics is coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We had some things that kind of got thrown my way during the press conference. Robert Winsley from Investor Lift kind of somewhat challenged me to be involved with the Dispo Day on Monday. So I don't know if that's something I'm going to do or not. I mean, I don't know. Closers Olympics is going to play a huge role in that. Ideally for us, the train just keeps rolling and we start on Monday, but that is up in the air. When does the 500 deals in 500 counties in 500 days start? I think we're already there, Randy. I have to admit, I mean, it kind of already feels like that's what we're doing. I don't know, Cassie. I mean, I think we're gonna play it by ear and see. I don't want to tie myself down and say, hey, we're for sure starting 3.0 on Monday. Because
well, that's kind of my thing too, is like I actually I don't want to stop acquisitions necessarily, but I kind of want us to take the time. It's not like we can't go live, right? But I kind of want you and I to take the time to figure out, like, strategically adjust the live part of it, you know, but I don't want us to lose, you know, our audience in the interim, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we've got people that are showing up on a daily basis. Jamie, I mean, everyone that's here this morning, Jamie, Angel, Eric, Keithan, Kip, you know, and dude, I didn't even tell you. So part of the reason why we didn't go live on Thursday last week is that my plan is that I was going to Vegas with Trinity for his hockey tournament. And
you didn't tell Anna that you weren't going?
Correct. So, but I did early enough. But
as long as I didn't show up to the tournament, well, not that they probably would have minded watching hockey, but
so I wrapped up, pardon the disruption, and got in the car, picked up Trinity, drove to the airport, and the whole way there, the poor kid was just coughing so bad. I mean, hacking a lung. I mean, there was a couple of times he coughed so bad I thought he was going to throw up. And I just told him, like, we got all the way to the airport, and I said, son, I can't take you to Vegas. Like, this is the worst place in the world. There's cigarette smoke in the hotels and the casinos. We were staying in the Luxor, so it's we're going to be around cigarette smoke. On top of that, there's the Vegas flu. I mean, it's notorious to make people cough because of the dust and the dirt. And so I canceled it. I pulled the plug. We turned around. We came home. I did the Closers Olympics press conference, which if you haven't caught that, it's on my YouTube channel. It was a ton of fun. A little long, but it was a lot of fun. And Anna and Jeremy actually texted me on Friday morning and said, hey, we saw Trinity's playing at 8 o'clock this morning at this rink, right? And I was like, no, don't go. We're not there. They went out there anyways. They went and watched some hockey. But Trinity's team, the Titans, they did great. They finished second. They lost in the championship game 2-0 yesterday. But they did great, and Trinity got to watch the games on Live Barn. But anyways, I mean, people like that showing up on a daily basis, so much so they're going out to watch my kid play hockey. So I agree. I don't want to lose that
momentum. Yeah, I don't want to lose momentum, but at the same time, I do want to take a minute, right? Like a minute to sit down and get in our creative brain about the live portion of this, and you know, just some of the things that people are wanting to see. Give us a minute to adjust our KPI sheets.
Yeah, I mean, like
do things like that. You know,
Ethan wants to know how much we've spent on each lead source so far. You know, I mean, I have a general idea. I don't have the specifics on each one. Keithan, that's some of the stuff that we're talking about. Funny enough, the gentleman that made our KPI spreadsheet early on, about day 10, he actually emailed me and he said, hey, I know I haven't been on the lives. I've been super busy, but I heard that you guys want to add something as far as like how many of these deals have been cash, how many of them been seller finance, how many of them have been sub twos. He's like, I can add that for you. So we're gonna figure it out. Eric, I mean, August 7th, it looks good. The problem there is it would be like a week off. I think for me, it just depends on what happens with the Closers Olympics. Because I do know not talking crap, but I did win it in the past, so I do know what comes with winning. The last 2021, immediately it was like, hey, people wanted to interview me in Israel. People wanted to interview me on Wholesale Hotline. Joe McCall had me on his podcast. So I don't want to miss that momentum, the opportunity that comes along with that. Even if we don't win, having a good showing. I fully intend on having a good showing during the Closers Olympics. I feel very prepared. I feel more prepared than I did in 2020 and 2021, let's be honest. The timing of us doing this, which funny enough, Cassie, we didn't sit down with a calendar and draft this out and say, hey, we're going to lead these lives all the way right up until Closers Olympics. That's just how it worked out. We look like geniuses in that regard.
We're naturally geniuses,
right? We did it for other reasons, but I'm excited about this week. I physically, mentally, I feel really good. I feel prepared, which is always a concern with doing something like 50 days in a row, 8 hours. I feel good about where we are as far as, at least personally for me, where I'm at on how to talk to these lead sources. And I'm excited about this week. We're going to put in 3 really good days. We've got day 49 in Wisconsin, day 50 in Wyoming. And then we'll do the bonus day in Washington, D.C. We'll take Thursday off. I'll do Pardon the Disruption. And then Friday, I think I might even sit in a little bit on day 1 of Closers Olympics. By the way, if you haven't gotten your tickets to Closers Olympics, you should definitely do so. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for you to see a ton of different people performing, closing the leads that we're doing here. You're going to see different styles. I just dropped a link in there for you to get your tickets. And it means a lot to me to see you guys there. So if you can, pick up your tickets. Also, that Monday, I can promise you our whole team is going to be watching the Dispo Day. So we'll be buying tickets ourselves to get our whole team sitting down and watching. I'm excited just to see how Robert Winsley and David Olds and people like that utilize the same tools that we use to dispo these deals. Speaking of, let's show where we are as far as deals go. It's pretty crazy to see. 158 contracts sent, 114 signed. We have 25 terminations so far, 41 in dispositions, 19 sold, 29 closed. We're just north of $600,000 in revenue. Pretty excited about some of the ones that came through over the weekend. Like I said, we got that Cedar Rapids, Iowa deal. And then pretty much every lead Zolo contract that I sent last week, minus the one that's an inherited property in Pennsylvania, which I believe the reason why he hasn't signed yet is because he needs to touch base with his attorney about that contract. So real quick, I'll jump to the stats. What I'm excited about here is we've gotten the cold call leads up to 51.9%. I wanted to get that up to 60%. But at least we broke into the 50s. And then also the one I'm most excited about is lead solo. I wanted to get that up in the 70% bracket, and we finally were able to do that. Going to our states, not really a whole lot of change here outside of last week. We were able to get Wyoming in there. Everything else is pretty much the same. Obviously, I'm going to have some fun over the next 3 days trying to pop off some of these and see how many states we can get. I believe we're 11 short, right? Let's see. 2. We're not going to count DC. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Is that right? 13. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, it's right. We've been keeping track of it. So,
Where are you getting 13? I'm counting 12.
did you? Okay. That sounds better to me. I might have counted DC. So 12 states short of getting all 50, which is right where we were in 2020 going into the last day.
I'm not.
I know you don't care, and neither do I really.
It's
but
not that I don't care. It's just the reason why I wanted to adjust it. Right? It's kind of like Randy said, when are we doing 500 counties and 500? I tried to get RJ to adjust the name of the challenge so that he wouldn't do this.
I would do it regardless. It doesn't matter. I mean, here, listen, we have the opportunity to get Colorado with multiple different leads. And
I have a seller finance lead that I can lock up in Colorado right now.
Like, for example,
but I don't want it.
Wisconsin, the day that we're in, Dave's here in Wisconsin. Where are you looking? Pretty much anywhere where we could dispo a deal in Wisconsin. Obviously, if it could be in a place like Milwaukee or Madison is ideal, but it's just about, can we dispo the deal? That's all that we really care about. Are
you not wearing your Wisconsin t-shirt?
I have my Wisconsin t-shirt. Unfortunately, my Wisconsin t-shirt shows off my epic farmer stand. So if I keep my arms closed like this, then we're good. But if I lift, I mean, gonna be showing off some pearly white biceps there.
I have some of that going on.
Yeah, a little bit. Although your camera just naturally whitewashes both of our faces. I don't know why.
I think I look fantastic on my camera.
So Jamie said, speaking of deals, I want to recognize a fellow Titan on this live. Randy and I have been conversating a lot over the weekend. He's working a deal in Northeast Texas and sent out a contract.
Show enough.
That's awesome. Shout out to Randy and Lisa and Jamie. I mean, I love seeing you guys are two-timers here at the Crucible. And the fact that you guys have connected after this last Crucible that we did right here in the middle of the 50-day challenge. Love seeing that. Keithan said a general idea on how much you spent would be good. I showed someone the KPIs for last week and they asked how much did you spend to get those numbers. I'll be honest with you, Keithan, the majority of the money was spent on lead Zolo. Like everywhere else is almost like very minimal. I think second would be obviously the VAs, the cost of labor there. So yeah, I mean, I'll get that for you, but it's low overhead. I'm not gonna lie. So Titus is excited for day 49. I see.
Titus.
He's done, man.
Bro, he's already sleepy for the day. Bubba's, hi.
His tail's wagging. I'm excited.
You want to say hi?
No. Listen, when you're as famous as Titus is, like you don't need to come on camera when you're beckoned.
Homeboy, I was trying to explain this. I was like, he is an office dog now. Like, there's no going back. Like, he is so, like, no, this is his home away from home.
Randy says, speaking of the Crucible, I don't see that Viking mug on your shelf. You're just not looking hard enough. It's right there. Right dead center next to the hedgehog. In between the axes. That's where my mug exists. Trust me. And it's right next to the Viking horn that Jamie got me. It's always behind me. I can promise you that. There's Cassie's. Dave says, what criteria are you getting data for on these deals? So when we're cold calling, Dave, we do have a specific way that we pull lists through batch leads. So we will stack. So what I would do, like if I were doing Wisconsin, I would do Milwaukee. Actually, I just did this. I did Milwaukee and pretty much all the surrounding smaller cities. I just drew a little map. And then I stacked residential, individually owned, 50 to 100% equity, and the medium price point. So I think in Wisconsin, what I did is like 85,000 to 250,000. And then I stacked the vacants, the liens, the tax defaults, the inherited, the pre-foreclosures, the unknown equity, the expired listings. So that's the list that we pull. We use that list for all of our different markets, and then that's what we cold called. And then the majority of our deals are coming from Lead Zolo. I mean, obviously, out of the 114 contracts, 58, so over 50% of them have come from Lead Zolo. And then Speed to Lead is another source for us. So, Miss Cassandra, you got anything else for us, or are you ready to get started for the day?
I'm ready to get started. I'm ready to go dispo.
So let me pull open. We do have our phones somewhat ready to get going. I, however, cannot use my desk phone. So it's only going to roll through my cell phone. Is that correct?
You need to download the app onto your cell phone and log in.
Gotcha. I knew there was something I didn't do.
Then you will dial from that app. And then we can transfer calls to you through that app.
But how does it ever get to my desk phone? I don't think my desk phone is working.
I have to fix your desk phone.
Right.
And I was angry, so I did not try to do that on Friday.
I see.
In fact, I told them that because our SMS was not ready, that I may just put all of these phones in a box and go buy cell phones. Because that's where I was at with it.
I agree. Just want you to know on my cell phone. Can't install Ring Central app. Try again if it still doesn't work. See common ways to fix this problem. My phone is not allowing me to download the app. Isn't that amazing?
I don't understand how literally all of your stuff goes differently than everyone else's.
Me either. I just want to be able to call people. Out of all the phones in the office, like it will legitimately just will not let me download the Ring Central app.
Okay, well, I'll be in a minute.
Eric,
tell them it's user error.
I would say 32,000. We'll go ahead and kill Cassie from this. I would say 32 to 35,000 at minimum. Let's go ahead and bring up, since we're in the Badger state, got to bring up our Badger logo. This to me is one of the best logos that we have right here. It's the Badger utilizing the Green Bay Packers colors, eating a piece of cheese. So you've got the Wisconsin Badgers from the Badger state with the Green Bay Packers colors eating cheese. It's amazing. I love our Wisconsin logo. Simmer down, Justin. Okay. I don't know about this whole user error thing. It's pretty easy just to say install.
Right, but everybody was supposed to do this 4 weeks ago, like I had asked, so that it didn't screw up.
Let's simmer down on the whole RJ didn't do this 4 weeks ago thing, okay? I was not the gentleman that came in here and installed my phone and didn't install. Oh, okay. Y'all are adorable. Do y'all see how my team loves to jump on me when one thing doesn't go right?
Bro, if any one of us was doing this while on a live and not prepared, you would be losing your mind. So don't even go there.
I'm the worst, huh? For those of you that are here to see me close deals, just bear with us for just a few seconds. It's going to happen very soon. Actually, funny enough, I've got an astronomical amount of leads to call. We do have 2 contracts that got it sent out to Vicky Larson. The last person that called Vicky was Cassie. It was an awkward moment because I was on the phone with her and then I had to leave to go to pardon the disruption. Cassie got on the phone with her, and we sent those contracts, and we haven't heard from her since. So that's 2 leads that we could follow up on today. Did you get it?
No.
Oh, we're restarting the phone?
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's weird. When I push the call button, it doesn't do anything, and then eventually it lights up. Well, it was. Outside of Vicky, there's Charles in Pontiac, Michigan. He has his portfolio he wants to sell. Karen, the seller finance offer in California. That would be awesome if I could get that. Although I think there's something wrong with her. Last time I talked to her, she was sick, and I haven't heard from her since. All right, let's see.
Don't turn anything else on. Just download it.
Gotcha. Oh, we have our Lexington, Kentucky deal, too. That would be a good one. Give it a second. Ring Central. Oh, we're getting somewhere.
I've already gotten that far.
Hey, we're speaking this into existence, okay?
Are you on the Wi-Fi?
I am. What else do we have? Sub 2 in North Carolina. That's just ghosted. Made an offer in Ohio.
Open.
Boom, baby. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. Uh-oh. I think I did this under
Titanium Investments.
Okay, so now I have it. Welcome to Spectrum Enterprise Unified Communications. Oh, yeah, baby. So when I go to make a call, I do make a call here. Hello?
I hung up on you.
All
So
right.
it's working, but I don't understand why it's ringing on your computer if you don't have it pulled up.
I do. It's right there.
Okay, I didn't want you to have that pulled up, so it wouldn't do that.
Okay. So,
That's why you don't have the app on your computer.
okay. So I'm done with that. Very
So
good.
If you just,
Make a phone call.
I would say skip. If you're on phone, dialer. These are internal messages right now. Recents, voicemails.
I got you.
There you go.
Let's close some deals.
Woo! Wisconsin.
Hi, this is Sam. I'm not in right now. Leave a message at the tone and I'll call you back as soon as possible. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Sam, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Ariel Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you want to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Yeah, Dave, most of the time I do that when I actually get them on the phone. Like that was Southport, North Carolina. When it's kind of like just a run of the mill, like me going through the voicemails to get to the seller. I don't really say a whole lot until we get, or if it's like a state that like, hey, we know we need to get something like Wisconsin, we still need to get a deal, or California or something like that. But yeah, I'll let you know. Like this is Waco, Texas. About an hour and a half from us here. Be a good place to get a deal.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 562-833 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Sue, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Maxfield Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Baton Rouge. All right. Yeah, I would say, Cassie, that it's pretty vital for us to get this fixed at least before the Closers Olympics. From a volume perspective, I think it's a lot lower. I think in order for it to get to the microphone, does it sound really low to you guys? Because it feels low to me in comparison to this. And then also just from like a technical standpoint on like being set up, it's a little bit more cumbersome. So I know it wasn't ideal. We wanted it here, but
So you're saying you want your desk phone working?
yeah, I think it's pretty. See how it's? I told you it lights up. I don't know what's going on with this. He said it sounds good, but I mean, for me personally, the volume is that's as high as it gets. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, it's Kevin there. Hey, Kevin, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on 72nd Avenue. How are you doing? You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that right? Say that again?
I signed the sales agreement yesterday.
Oh, okay. So you sold it yesterday? Gotcha. All right, man. Well, congratulations. Hope that goes smooth for you, okay? All right, man. We'll talk to you later. Well, he was a talker, wasn't he? I think part of the problem is him. he just kind of sounded like he was still sleeping.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Barbara Crawford is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
That's what I was talking about, Dave. I've been using this, but we got our phones integrated with Ring Central, so we can also text. So, like, for example, right there, can't leave a voicemail. I would be able to just text them. For whatever reason, everybody else's phone works except for mine, but I think Cassie's coming to fix it right now. How would you say that name? Emmeline?
Mm-hmm.
Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, on PGA Boulevard. That's cool.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 772-349 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
All right. Well, that's exciting when I get two examples of why I want to be able to text and I can't do it. All right. So this one's in Colorado. This is one of the 12 states we need. Although we do have a potential JV deal in Colorado.
Todd, Emery, and or heavy or slow working, please leave a message and I'll call you back ASAP. Thank you so much and have a great day.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Todd, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in San Luis, Colorado. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right. It's another location. Oh, here's Wisconsin. Let's get a Wisconsin one. Racine. Is that how you say it? Racine? Probably not. Paul Bunyan Road. There we go. Hey, Shane, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Paul Bunyan Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Man, my volume is just so low. I want to see if there's settings on this app. There are not. That's cool. Valparaiso, Indiana. Indiana's always been a really good market for us. Probably one of the more shocking numbers is the fact that we've only got one deal in Indiana.
Please leave your message for Shanna.
Hey, Shanna, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Clear Creek Drive. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Pueblo, Colorado. The country. Fancy ass ringtone. I don't think I've ever heard that. All right. Well, that was special. All right. This is one I want right here, Massachusetts. I actually done the original 50-50-50. Massachusetts was one of my favorite states. It's always been low volume for us. Why didn't it ring? That's weird. It's just not ringing. We'll come back to that one. Middle of nowhere, Ohio. There we go.
Please leave your name and telephone number after the tone, and we will call you back as soon as possible. Thank you for calling.
Hey, Jordan, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Mansfield, Ohio. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Oh, man. Dearborn Heights. We got a deal in Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I've never seen a deal fly off the shelves more than that deal. It was insane. Hello, this is RJ. Yes, sir. Let me pull you up here. That's your property there in San Luis, Colorado? That would be correct, sir. Awesome. How much you looking to get for that property?
I got it listed right now at just over $400,000 and $8,000 an acre with shares of San Luis people bitch.
Say that again for me. Right.
It's 52 acres, so it's just over $400,000, and it comes with 40 shares of the San Luis People Ditch, which is the oldest continuous ditch in the state of Colorado. So that we have water no matter what.
Awesome. All right.
And there's no structures on it. It's completely fenced off. In fact, I just finished mowing about 10 acres of a lower portion. I normally put hay off of it, but I've sacrificed it the last 2 years for pasture for my horses. So I have continued to water it, so it just continues to grow grass and that. But I have not put up any hay off of it last year and this year. But I have put up hay directly west of it on my other portion, and I can show you that hay and show you those fields and everything like that to kind of give you an idea. It produces very well when it's irrigated for hay.
Right. So I just real quickly, I pulled open your for sale by owner there on Zillow. I see it says no banks, no credit checks. Are you open to seller financing?
Well, what I was going to do is I would entertain a lease option, obviously with a non-refundable down or earnest money in that, and then, maybe do a 2 or 3 year lease and then balloon out and then you buy it. So I was trying to make it, if somebody wants to come in and buy it outright, that's fine. I have no problem with that. If somebody is not in that position, I wanted to kind of offer the other side of it that, maybe somebody needs to kind of get into a better financial position and can buy it in a couple of years. So I wanted to kind of open it up to a lot more people.
Gotcha. What's the reason why you're open to lease option in comparison to seller finance?
Because I don't have to sell it right now outright, and to be honest with you, I want to get a good neighbor in there. If I end up, eventually selling it off to somebody, I just want to make sure that, it gives that period of time to somebody that are somebody to know and have the time and that to get ready to maybe build a house or get electric in or get septic in or all those things. But it may be somebody that isn't quite in the financial position to get a loan. And then loans for vacant land aren't as easy as with a house on it either. So
Right.
Again, I'm just opening it up to more people and, give an opportunity to somebody that, this is their dream, but they're not financially in a position to get all the money right away. But down the line they could be, So I just thought it opens it up to a lot more people.
Gotcha. Makes sense. For me as an investor, it's more about the ease of access, just due to like what you brought up. It's harder for us to get loans on just land. That would be the reason why. It pretty much, like, for example, I just acquired 110 acres in Wyoming, and the seller there, it pretty much we worked out an arrangement where he's going to seller finance it to me. That's why I brought that up so quickly, where it's like, hey, if that's something that you're open to, it makes it pretty enticing for me. Out of curiosity, the 8,000 an acre, what is that? Because I haven't pulled up any comps or anything like that yet. Is that the going rate, or how did you come up with that number?
The going rate is anywhere from 6,500 to 10,000.
Gotcha.
And I thought, I could have put it at 10. I might get that, but I really don't want to play games. I want to I'd like to move this, and because I'd like to take, if I do a lease option on it, and I can take that down money that I get in that, and I can do improvements on my farm, which is what I'd like to do right now. And I'd be willing to also, in reference to the 52 acres, if somebody is like yourself out of state and that, I'm more than willing to take care of it, look after it, because I live there right next to it. In the meantime, between now and whatever you want to do with it in the long run, and keep the fences up and stuff like that. It's advantageous for me to keep it nice as opposed to letting it,
Right.
turn into a toilet. So I don't want to do that. But again, the biggest thing I've got, is I just want a good neighbor. Whoever eventually ends up there, I don't need no hassles with anybody. I've got one neighbor to the west. He is amazing. And my other neighbors, which are farther away, they're amazing on the ditch and that. And I just want to kind of keep that same atmosphere of people.
Understood. All right. Let me look at this a little bit. It's beautiful, I'll say that. And it's definitely something.
I'll tell you right now, you've got an unobstructed view of Mount Blanca to the north. You've got amazing views of Sangre de Cristos to the east. You got the little town lights of San Luis 2 miles away from you at night, which is hardly anything. It's the sunsets. I could send you 100 sunsets that are just blow you away. It is a beautiful area, but I'll tell you what, the biggest thing about this is the water right is top. It's the best in the state of Colorado. It truly, and I'm not saying, please research that so that you know I'm not giving you a bunch of BS, because it is the oldest continuous ditch in the state of Colorado. I think it's 1862 that it was filed, and it has 3 sources of water, so it never is dry. In fact, I just talked to a guy that's I'm meeting at 5:30 tonight to look at the property, and his ditch, he's south of me, and that they dried that thing up 3 weeks ago. So on that end of it, you will always grow something, no matter what.
Right.
And that to me is the biggest selling point of that piece of land is, for Colorado, you've got water, period.
Do they limit the amount of water that you can use out of it? Or is it unlimited?
No, what it is it depends on the amount of shares. And to be honest with you, our ditch writer, Stephen Romero, he's so good. He takes into consideration the lie of your land and how long it takes that. This 52 acres, you don't irrigate the whole thing. You would irrigate the upper 20 is what the hayfield is in that. You can irrigate that in 2 days. and I mean flooded, completely wet, 2 days. And because you get 13 CFS of water when you get your water. So you got 13 cubic feet per second of water coming into your land. And I'll tell you what, I'll be honest with you, it's everything you can do to control it.
Gotcha. So I
just got done irrigating the land behind my house to the west of it. And it's pretty damn nice.
Yeah, I'm fairly knowledgeable on that part of things because here in Fort Worth, we actually just purchased the Woodhaven Country Club, and we essentially, what was the selling point for us is when the country club was built in the 70s by the Bass Brothers, which is like the family in Fort Worth, Texas. They were the ones that built the Woodhaven Country Club. They essentially said, okay, we'll do this for the city of Fort Worth, but we want a piece of the Trinity River, which is the river that runs between Dallas and Fort Worth. And same thing. It's essentially, we have enough water rights to water our entire golf course, where we never have a water bill, which is unbelievable because that's like the number one expense for a country club and a golf course. So I actually learned more about water rights than I ever thought I would ever learn in my life through that process. So
it's funny you say that because I'm a ditch writer on my ditch for 3 years in the past, and I was forced to learn a lot about the water rights and actually work with water right attorneys. And you're right, it is amazing the depth of that. And I'll tell you what, the fight that is going on and will continue to get worse and worse because that water is worth more than gold.
it really is.
And it's funny you say that because Levita, which is across the mountain, Levita, Colorado, their golf course is on a river also, and that was set up in the 60s. And because they knew that they were going to need a ton of water, and they set it up right. They were smart, and they don't have a water bill either, and they get first rights off of that river to water that golf course over there, and it is beautiful.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like when we were looking at purchasing the golf course, it was one of those things that I was, I went to school right down the road from the golf course. It was where my childhood best friend lived. We bought his childhood family home in the neighborhood so him and his family could live in the neighborhood. And the golf course was just run down. And I just jokingly said, hey, we should buy the golf course. And then he saw a guy walking around cleaning up like in the woods. And he went out and he said, hey, what happened to the golf course? And said, oh, well, COVID. And then there was a freeze and it burst the pipes and all of this. So we just reached out and asked. We had no idea what we were really getting ourselves into. But then when it became like, hey, you get these water rights and it's a significant amount, like essentially the most water that the golf course has ever used since the 70s is 48% of what they're allowed in a year. So in the worst of droughts since the 70s, the most it's ever used was 48%. So there's a play there for us where we could essentially also sell some of the water that we have to other either golf courses or other businesses that need it. So yeah, I'm familiar with that. And then it's funny because the majority of the leads that we get off of these ads, like you saw our ad probably before a YouTube video or something like that. The majority of the time we're reaching out about single family homes. But this is now, last week I talked about the Wyoming, the 110 acres there. This is something that I'm wanting to get more into, which is the farmland and acquiring land, not just single family homes. So this is something that I'm very interested in on the lease option route, because that is something that it's easier for an investor to essentially refi a land purchase than it is to use a loan to purchase. So on the lease option route, what kind of down payment are you looking for out of the $416,000? 10%. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just, again, I want to be transparent on everything. I want to make it as simple as possible. And I was thinking if I could get, if somebody wanted to come in and I would do the lease option, I would do 10% down. I would do $1,000 a month, and I'm willing to do $250 a month of that to go towards the purchase price. You know, and so, so if you exercise the balloon on the other side, that would go towards it also. You know, and it does come with 40 shares. One thing I was willing to offer is that my property, my 74 acres, accesses the Calabria River. That is trophy trout fishing down there. In fact, 90% of it is leased out to a company out of northern New Mexico, and that for private fishing. My portion is not. I never got involved in that. I just want to leave it for myself in that. I would be willing to do an easement from that property to the east of 52 acres. To basically, you can walk down my fence line and access the river.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that's a huge perk. I mean, there's some good damn fishing. There really is.
Yeah, because for me, like, there's a couple of different things. I mean, obviously there's the ideal scenario where eventually we build that second home or the getaway cabin like you put on your listing there. But it's also about, I'm an investor, so I need to find ways to monetize this. So is it, hey, we build that getaway cabin, we let people go out there and stay that want to go trout fishing and stuff like that. But also the hay. I'm curious, do you think that there's a play there where we could essentially lease out those 20 acres to somebody to come in and farm that for hay? Do you think there are people out there that are looking for that?
My neighbor would do it. But he custom hays my portion now, and he would more than be happy to do that. Keep in mind also, the lower portion of that is a very boggy area in that. It's a heavily sunk area in that. And what I normally do on the lower portion of it is I lease it out to people with cows. So you can bring in, you could do the hay on the upper 20 acres in that, and so you would pull, say you would pull on a good year 3 ton per 20 acres in that. What's going to happen on the custom hay in that is that the person that's going to come in, like my neighbor Gerald, he would come in, he gets half of it, you get the other half. So you can sell it and do whatever you want with it, or you can buy back the portion he does. The cow part in that, you're going to get $20 a pair. That lower portion you can sustain easily 30 pair on that lower portion in that. So you've got like 30 acres down there, plus or minus that never stops growing grass. I've got 16 longhorns on my lower portion. You would not even know that there's a cow down there. They can't keep up with it. So you can do $20 a pair in that, put 30 in there. There's $600 a month for 5 months extra. There's an extra $3,000 right off the bat, just leasing out the bottom land. And what you do in that is they take care of the rent. You don't do a damn thing. You get a check. So it's wonderful. The hay part, it is what it is. If you want to buy the equipment, I don't see how you justify it for that little bit of land. It's just easier to allow somebody that's got the equipment to come in and custom hay it, and then you get half of it. So on that end of it, now you're looking at like 60 ton that you can pull off of that times 30 bales. So you got 1,800 bales. Bales right now are going $15 to $19 a bale. It's insane how expensive it is. So add that up, what you could just sell off of it, and that you could do, you could probably pay a third to half of your expenses just off the land, hardly doing anything.
So you're saying I could probably make anywhere between $25,000 to $30,000 a year off of the hay without doing anything.
You'd have to sell it or broker it or something like that, or deliver it. Right now, the guys in my area are taking all their hay to Taos and Santa Fe, and they're getting, like I said, $15 to $19 a bale for a small bale, and they're getting that all day long. So, here's what's happening. Everybody's going to big bales. So if you continue to do small bales and want to deal with them and can deal waits till February and makes bank.
Right.
Nobody else has that. So, again, you just got to play the system and get the most out of it that you can.
I mean, because ideally the play here for me is that I don't want to become a hay farmer. I don't want to become a guy that worries about cows. Now, I will have no problem. Like, I'll just be honest with you. It's on my bucket list to own a Longhorn at some point in time. So you saying you've got how many Longhorns on your land?
16 of them down there right now.
I mean, I'm a Texas boy, okay? We grew up Longhorn family. I mean, that's like, I literally grew up with Longhorns above my mantle. I mean, it was just like, we were Longhorn family, like the Texas Longhorns. So that alone is like, I've always wanted to just own a Longhorn. So it's like, okay.
It's funny. I've leased out my lower part to these 16 Longhorns and my neighbor who does my hay. I don't know how or why he got into them. He's got like about 7 or 8 of them down on his property on that lower land and that. So, that's something that we don't have a lot of in our area, but I don't know if maybe it's up and coming again, because I know they're very lean. They're a lot leaner than other cows, and so maybe that's why they're getting that. I actually raise yaks. I got into that in the last year, and I've got 7 yaks right now, and the main reason is because that's an up and coming meat, and more restaurants are carrying it. It's 50% leaner than chicken.
Right.
I mean, it's really healthy meat, very healthy meat. So I got a buddy who's been into it about 10 years, and I dove in. I thought, what the hell, something to do. And there you go. I've got yaks.
I love it. I love it. So, like, what I would want to do is essentially get to the point where it's like, all right, let's take the land down. And if I could just essentially cash flow enough to where it pays for my mortgage and my property taxes, I'm good. And this essentially buys me 52 acres in a gorgeous part of Colorado over the course of 20 years, and in the meantime, I can come in and build that cabin and use it. Like my son plays travel hockey. And so, Colorado will always be a place that we either need to go to for something. It's not that far away from Colorado Springs in comparison to where I live in Texas. I mean, it could be one of those things that we use for getaways or whatever. It looks gorgeous to me. It's something I'm definitely interested in, and finding ways to monetize the land is kind of my next move, So this is it's pretty funny that this came along. I was talking to a couple of buddies of mine, and they said, if you had won the Powerball and won $1 billion, what would you do? And my answer was, I would go buy as much land as I could for farming and for solar farms. Because I think the two things that are needed right now is power, energy, and food. It's the two things that we need to be kind of as investors really looking into, is like what you just said, people are starting to look into leaner meats like yak. I mean, I've never even heard that, but you have, because you're in that world, right? You're paying attention to what's going on, and that's kind of the direction I want to be heading. So this is something that's definitely interesting for sure. On the lease option, how many years do you want the option to be? You said 2, or how many?
I'm flexible on that. I'm going to leave it up to the person that buys it. I think if we did 2 or 3, I really wouldn't want to go any longer than 5. I think that's more than fair to balloon out at 5.
Okay.
And that's fine with me. I mean, if we did something. Also, I just want to throw at you, I know that you would be an absentee owner if you did buy it, and that I would be more than happy we could work out some deal, and I would be more than fair on it, that to help take care of the place, because I know it.
Right.
I've been there for 23 years. I know the place. The only reason I'm downsizing, I'm 62 years old. I divorced quite a few years ago, and I take care of the place by myself. And it's just a lot of damn work. And I do construction, and I've done construction. So I was going to say, if you want to build a cabin, I'll build you a hell of a cabin.
That's what I was gonna say. All right. Well, I just found my builder.
There you go. Well, it's funny. Up in being another guy up in Forest Park before '08, we built D-log cabins up in there, and it's a beautiful part of Colorado. It's about maybe 30 minutes from the farm. But we did D-log cabins, and then the crash happened, and then years after that, there was a fire up there, the whole 9 yards. But we built a lot of beautiful custom cabins. And there's a manufacturer over in Lahar, Colorado, about 45 minutes west of us that provides the D-logs. And, if anybody wants to do a log cabin, then I'm going to recommend that because they're kiln dry, they don't shrink, and as far as thermal mass and keeping something like that warm in the winter, they're amazing. Once you get those walls warmed up and that, your heating bills will shock you how low they are. And you have a beautiful home that in turn, if God forbid you ever have to sell it, they sell nice.
Right.
So just throwing that out there, that's my experience. Has been log home, timber frame. I've done stick frame, but I like kind of the higher end stuff, and that it's just a lot more fun, and it's more valuable to the homeowner on the long run.
So a couple of just thoughts that are running through my head here as far as how we could acquire this. So one thing I need to talk to is I do have a lender that I'm working with right now on vacant land. And what I'm working on right now is a refinance of 48 acres that we bought here in Fort Worth, right by the golf course. And it's just a straight refi because we took it down with a private money lender, and then we're refining them out into a 30-year note. I'm going to talk to them about how they would view the lease option. What I'm curious is if I talk to them and I could get them where even you could potentially talk to them, where if they said, yeah, we're willing to refinance this, but it does need to be not a lease option. It needs to be like a land contract or a seller finance. Would that be something that you'd be open to, where if it was done like in the next 6 months or 3 months, I don't know how long they would want me to own it before they would be open to doing the refi. There might not even be any seasoning whatsoever. So if it was like a simultaneous thing where you seller finance it to me and then like a week later you got refied out, would that be, are you open to being creative with me as far as how that goes?
I've kind of done a lot of study on that in the last year myself, because I'd like to get into a little bit of fix and flip here in the near future. So it's funny you talk about that. I've looked at a lot of different things. Now, what you're talking about, I'm not exactly sure if I completely understand it, to be honest with you. So I would have to kind of look at the details and talk to somebody about that. But I'm open to any creative financing as long as it's beneficial to, obviously myself and the buyer. I would rather do something like that and keep banks out of it. They make enough damn money and they got the biggest building in the freaking town. So
right. Well, preferably, I mean, like in this case, if you were willing to do the seller finance, where say like my ideal situation would be, okay, so you want 10% down. So if we did the purchase at 416, and then we did the 10% down, so that's us giving you that 41,600 down. And then from there, we could talk about whatever the interest rate looks at, but it's looking like instead of me paying you $1,000 a month, I'd be paying you like $1,700 a month, $1,700 and some change, but that's principal and interest on a 30-year amortization. So, but then we could still have the 5-year balloon. So it's the same. So the difference there is that instead of you holding the deed, I hold the deed and you're in a lien position, just like the bank. So if I didn't pay you, you would foreclose on me to take it back. But obviously this is more of like gentleman's agreement. I mean, like, for example, if it just got to the point for whatever reason, the world just fell apart and I couldn't afford it, I would just deed it back to you. You know what I'm saying? And then you're walking away with my down payment plus whatever I paid you monthly. But ideally, if I could refinance this inside those 5 years, you know, that's where you get your bulk payment. Same thing as the lease option. The only difference there is that to a bank or my lender, what you're seeing is that I'm the actual owner instead of having an option to purchase. So that allows me to do a refi instead of a purchase. And the benefit there is, for me, is on a purchase, they're going to want me to put 20% down. So you got to think I'm giving you 10% down as the lease option, and then they want another 20% down. The difference here is if I do a refi, they're actually just cashing everybody out and potentially giving me my 10% back. So I can walk into it without having a whole lot of money in on the property in comparison to having 30% down. So it makes it almost, instead of it being super cash intensive, it can almost become like a no money out of pocket type of thing. That's why I'm saying, hey, if we can explore that. Now I need to talk to them about it and see if this is even something that they'd be interested in. Because the only thing I've talked to them about right now has been that land in Fort Worth, Texas, which is way different than what we're talking about here.
Yeah. Well, why don't you do that, and then let's talk again and throw some details down on the table. Go forward from there. Like I said, I'm open to any kind of creative financing. I need that chunk of money will help me to do a lot of things on my farm, and that's what I'm looking at with that. That's why I don't have to sell, but at the same time, I'll be honest with you, that helps me to do improvements on mine that I really want to get done.
Right.
And that's it. I'm just being transparent with that. And I don't have to sell the whole thing right now. If someone wants to buy it, fine. But again, I was just opening it up for more people.
Makes complete sense. And on this type of deal here, for me, it's the same thing. I mean, it's kind of funny. You don't have to sell and I don't have to buy. I mean, this is more of like this is literally, I kind of feel like I spoke this into existence a little bit. Like, it was last Thursday when I said, hey, if I had $1 billion, this is what I would be going out and purchasing. And then I come in Monday morning and I'm like, I didn't even know that this was vacant land when I called you. I call without looking because I have so many leads. So it's like I'm just going through one by one, and I call, and then you're like, yeah, here it is, 52 acres, and it's gorgeous. And, oh, hey, there's ways to monetize this with, renting out the different portions of the land. And I'm looking at it going, man, if I could get this to where, I'm not trying to even make money off of it. If I could just pay my monthly expenses with between the hay and the cows, then that's beautiful. And yeah, you've got you right there where you can essentially be the property manager, be the builder in the future when I say, hey, I'm ready to build my cabin so I can enjoy this. It's kind of I don't want to say destiny, but it kind of feels that way a little bit. Like, this is what I was wanting. So I'm definitely interested in it for sure.
Provides water for 18 property landowners, and that everything is agricultural, very laid back, good neighbors. I'm not BSing that all this is true, and I just want somebody that really appreciates it to have it, because it is a gorgeous piece of land. It really, and when you've got that kind of water, you will grow whatever you want, and that you can color up.
I love it. I absolutely love it. The pictures, you don't have a ton of pictures, but the pictures that you do have up, show the beauty there and the opportunity that exists. the fact that you already have your neighbor right there that you're doing essentially the hay with, and it sounds like it'd be pretty easy for me to find someone come along and want to put a head of cattle out there. I mean, it sounds like an ideal situation.
People call me every spring, and will you lease me your land? Will you lease me your land? It's very sought after in that because, I mean, like I said, that lower area, the salt water in it is so shallow that the hay never stops growing, and you can't hardly keep up with the cows. And the cows come out of there in the fall, and everybody's happy because they're fat. So it sells itself in that. I've never had to make a phone call to get somebody in with cows. They call me.
Right.
So, and it's wonderful. It really is because it's people that know the area. They want their cows in there, and that because when they take them to the sale barn in the fall, and that they are as fat as they can get, and they get the most money out of them.
What are the winters like there?
You know what? They used to be pretty rough. I'll be honest with you. Years ago, they have gotten so much more milder. I'll tell you what happens. We get 2 weeks of brutal cold, and then from there it's because we get 300 days of sunshine. So if the sun's out, the wind's not blowing. I don't care if it's 30 degrees out in that. It's beautiful. If you're in the sun. So
right.
On that end of it, it's fantastic. I after my divorce, I moved up to Wyoming for 3 years. I was south of Jackson. That's one cold damn son of a bitch. That's 9 months of winter. And when I moved back, I was, everybody complains about the winters in like the San Luis Valley. Like, you have no idea. This is gravy compared to that stuff up there. But it really is very mild. Now, I'll be honest with you, the last 2 winters have kind of held on longer. And even in June, we were only in the 60s, which is kind of unusual. Now, I'm not complaining because 60 degrees in Colorado sunshine is just freaking perfect. But, our growing season started a little bit later, but when it kicked in, it just went bananas.
Right.
So, it all kind of worked out, And then what's happening is our winters are going a little bit longer, on the front end, but we're having unbelievable Indian summers. It's gorgeous all the way up into November. So on that end of it, it hasn't changed in length of time. It just kind of shifted a little bit. So I'm not complaining when I'm out there grilling up a steak on Thanksgiving morning and it's 55 degrees out. That's not a bad gig.
Yeah, that's no different than it is here in Fort Worth. I mean, but the difference there is it's 60 degrees in June, whereas like today it's going to be 109 degrees and then 80% humidity. I mean, it's like walking through soup. So, I mean, you're talking about, hey, I've got a nice cabin with beautiful mountains that I could go to in the summertime with 60, 70 degree temperatures. Yeah, I think I'll take that. Yeah, exactly.
It really is. A lot of they're getting away from, like you say, that quagmire you guys have down there. I grew up in Pennsylvania and spent my summers in North Carolina. I know what humidity is in that.
Right.
Once I got to Colorado, I'm like, screw that crap. It's pretty damn nice when you got no humidity, it's very dry, 300 days of sunshine and views that you just, it's a postcard every day. It really is. So, and I'm not overselling it. This is the truth. It really is.
I got you. So what I'm going to do, Todd, is, by the way, your name's Todd, right?
Yeah, T-O-D-D, and then my last name is Emery. It's spelled E-M-O-R-Y, so it's a little different.
I got you, because for whatever reason, when it got entered, it put Emmett. I don't know why it said Emmett on there. So.
That's my first name.
Okay.
I go by Todd. So my full name is Emmett Todd Emery.
Gotcha.
And I just go by Todd. So.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to talk to that lender, but regardless, if that lender's not interested, because it's in Colorado, and I don't know if they even loan in Colorado. I know that they do Texas. I know that they do Arizona. I don't know if they're in Colorado or not, but if they're not, it doesn't really change my desire to want to do a deal there. I mean, I think the ideal situation would be the seller finance and 10% down. We work out some terms there of what that looks like. we go ahead, we take the time to talk to the neighbor, work out a deal there where, hey, you know, he can farm the land, and then we work out an arrangement there where it's like, hey, everybody's happy. You know, you're getting your money that you need up front for your farm. I'm getting the land that I want, and essentially everybody else that currently already exists there just gets to use the land for their purposes, and as long as I get enough to where I'm essentially buying the land off of those proceeds, I think it's a win-win situation across the board for everybody. So let me work on some details myself. What's your schedule looking like this week? Are you pretty available?
Yeah, my phone's with me all the time. I'm on different job sites and that, but you can call me anytime. That's not a problem.
Okay, Todd. Well, yeah, give me today, and I'll probably give you a shout tomorrow and let you know what I come up with, okay? All right, thank you, Todd. We'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? You too. Bye-bye. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, well, I don't care because I don't think majority of y'all are looking to buy 52 acres in Colorado, but this is what I'm looking at here. Pretty gorgeous land. This is what he's talking about down here where it's pretty wet. This is where the cows would be able to come down. I mean, just gorgeous views. This is the ditch. I mean, look at that. Look at this land. Did you look at any of what I was talking about? Look at this. You want some of that?
Where's it at?
Colorado.
I'm moving.
52 acres. We get water rights from this ditch. Essentially, what I got him to agree to there is he'll sell or finance it to us, and then the upper 20 acres, the neighbor will farm for hay, and off of that, we can make anywhere between 25 to 35,000 a year. He takes half, we take half. We sell the bundles of hay or the barrels of hay, and then the bottom half we lease it out. And he said, I think we could get 60 head of cattle down there, longhorn cows, whatever. He does yaks and longhorns, and essentially that would be another $600 a month. So 600, you're talking about that's 7,000 plus the 30, so 37,000 a year it would cash flow, and I could get it to where it only costs us 21,000 a year, so we could cash flow 10 grand a year while buying
And own 50 acres.
52 acres in gorgeous part of Colorado.
It's just south of Colorado Springs, so it's like not even an 11-hour drive.
Plus, he will do the property management on it because he's the neighbor. He just literally wants to sell it so he can get that down payment to do improvements to his farm. So he's like, I'll property manage it for you. And he's a builder, so he's like, if you ever want to build a cabin or whatnot, he's like, I can do that for you as well.
Speaking of cabins.
So the other thing is he's willing to give us an easement to go down to the river where he said it's epic trout fishing. So he's like, if you want to build a cabin, let trout fishermen come in and stay at your cabin, and then I'll give you an easement where they can go down and just walk down to the river.
I would like to do multiple cabins.
So I don't know about, I think one of his things is he wants a good neighbor. So I don't think he wants a whole lot of traffic. And I also don't think that we want to take up too much of the land, because it seems like the play there is with the hay, and then it's very wet. So that's why it's more for cattle, because you're down.
I need a cabin.
You're going to have a cabin.
I need internet at that cabin, and then I'm going to work remotely from now on, okay?
I got you. Well, I'm calling him back tomorrow to get that locked up.
I'm going to go live with the baby animals.
The baby animals, huh?
Yeah.
I like it. And yes, bales of hay, not barrels. I don't know why. It just came out. All right. Let's get someone else on the phone here. Austin, Texas. Holy moly. Let's see what they got going on in old Austin. Hello? This is RJ Bates. I was calling about your property there on Bruce Drive. You had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property? Yeah. Awesome. How much you looking to get for it? Over 450. All right. What's going on with the property?
With the rental and the property taxes have gone up such that I can no longer make money on it.
Yeah, I feel you there. It's pretty crazy how much those property taxes have gone up over the past couple of years, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they went up to $721,000. That's huge. That tax rate comes up to a little over $20,000 a year. The condition it's in, I can't rent it for enough to support it. By the time I put money into it to rent it to support that, I'm not making money.
Right. What needs to be done to the property to sell it for like maximum value?
Well, it was built in 1972. It's got the original kitchen, got the original bathrooms. So it needs two new bathrooms, new kitchen. Obviously, I like that. Paint the interior. Exterior has had vinyl siding put on, so you might want to update that. I mean, it just needs to be freshened up. Most of it is cosmetic.
Okay. Those numbers might be a little bit tight on me there.
I think maximum dollar value is you're putting in $75,000 and you're selling for $700. So, by then you're at $525 to sell for $700. That's still pretty tidy. I don't know how much profit you look for in every one of your ventures, but.
Well, the problem is like right there in the little neighborhood. I mean, I got a comp at 550 on Dudmar.
Only the problem with that comp on Dudmar is it's a 2-bedroom house. It's listed as 3 bedrooms. It's got a garage conversion. It's like a garage conversion. So that's not a real comp.
I got you.
That's a 2-1 with a 1-car garage, and they've been made it into a 3-1 by walling up that garage. It's got a carport in the front of it. You can see that on the page.
Yeah, I see that.
So if you're comparing anything that's a comp on Martin View, John Campbell's, or White's Drive, those are not comps because those are all much smaller houses, and in order to be a 3rd bedroom, they've all had garage conversions, and most of them were unpermitted garage conversions. So they're all a ticking time bomb for when the city comes and cracks down on all of that stuff.
I got you. So.
Now, for whatever reason, there's been multiple sales on Bruce, Nancy Gale, and Cupid, but ours for the last week can't figure out why they're not popping up in the MLS. But all 3 of those streets have had really good remodels done on them, and they're good-looking houses, and they're all still in the 700 plus, which is why my property taxes came back at 721.
I got you. All right. Well, that changes things a little bit. Let me look at this. Yeah, because you got a completely different style house than those other comps. So you're a 3-bed, 2-bath, right?
3-bed, 2-bath, mother-in-law floor plan with a 2-car garage, and also my lot is quite a bit larger than. There's some lots down on the last street, Cupid, that are a full half acre, but nothing else in the neighborhood on the first really 5 streets back are as big as mine.
Because what's your square footage?
The square footage is between 1,400 and 1,500.
Okay.
But the lot is over a quarter of an acre.
Yeah, so like this 3206 Cupid, 321458, fully remodeled. And it says it's pending at 550. That was back in 2020. That was forever ago. All right. Because it's not popping, nothing's popping up on the MLS. So I'm trying to find something on like Zillow.
Yeah, I've done I'm a contractor. The house, my mother bought the house in 1974 or 75. Now the thing is, I had it as a real property for the past 15 years. And my last tenant just left it in such a mess that it hurts my heart every time I walk in there, which is why I'm not flipping it myself. At any rate, I've gone deep into the MLS and tried to look for records on those back streets, and for whatever reason, they're not in there.
Huh.
But I mean, I've driven it, and you can see there's a house over on Cupid that's brand new. I don't know what the story is on that.
Yeah, I just got to find something that tells me I can sell it for 700, you know? So, I mean, obviously it's exactly what I'm looking for, you know? I mean, and I don't mind the price as long as I can see. I mean, yeah, if you're saying I could get 700, I probably wouldn't have a problem being in the mid fours like you were talking about.
What's that?
I said if I could find something that verifies 700, I wouldn't have a problem being in the mid fours, you know?
Yeah, I don't know where we're at. I don't know how to tell you how to do that. I can't find it myself. So, at any rate, if you're interested, let me know. If not, I've got a loan closing this week to do the flip myself. So, you have until about Thursday.
Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah, let me do some research and let me see if I can find something that verifies that 700, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Funny enough, I actually believe everything that he's saying on that. I just don't see it. I'm gonna need you to look at this property later. Oh, you're on the phone? I'm back. Sorry, whenever she unplugged that, it killed me. I hope that didn't just kill everyone that was watching. No. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to need you to look into that one later on. It's in Austin, Texas. So we're hoping that solved my phone, though.
I am hoping that this solves your phone, but it didn't.
Well, it's booting.
It's rebooting.
We'll see. If it's the house I think it is, it's going to auction. It's on Bruce Drive, Ed. I don't think it is. I have a feeling.
And that did not fix the phone.
I did not fix the phone. All right. Great Falls, Montana.
Sonny, can't come to the phone. Leave your name and number, and I'll try and get back with you.
Is not available. The mailbox is full. I cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Man, oh man. Really hope she gets my phone fixed today. So like that one, I could hear it in the background saying it was the wrong phone number, but I couldn't even turn my speakerphone on. I don't understand why. It's like it doesn't give me the option for speakerphone until they answer. Hello, is Nick there? Hey, Nick, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Banning Road. How are you? Good. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct? Awesome. How much you looking to get for it? 15,000 or? Oh, okay. Are you familiar with me? I got you. Well, I'm also a wholesaler, so if you're looking to sign this, I guess I could take a look and see if I've got any buyers there real quick. You familiar with Investor Lift? I got you. Let's see here. Well, in the city, Investor Lift has 0 buyers. Let's see about the county. Fayette County. It's not often that it says 0. So that's holy cow. Where is this? There's nothing in the county either.
So let's see. This is smack in the middle of DC, Cleveland, Columbus, and Buffalo. So you can imagine those areas there.
Well, it's right outside of Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh, right? So we actually just tried to move a deal in Denora, which is really close to this. I mean, we tried to move that thing for 6,000, and we couldn't get anybody to take it. What kind of condition is this property in? Yeah, see that. And there's not a whole lot of comps, but interesting. And you're asking 15. What did you get on a contract for? Gotcha. But you don't have pictures yet of it? Huh. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, it could definitely be something that we could potentially reach out to some of those buyers that we had talked to in Denora. We also have another property in Winber that we're currently under contract on that we're wholesaling. So, I mean, it's something that, if you're interested in doing a JV, we could potentially look at it. I'd love to have more pictures so we could see, the actual condition of the inside. Because that's the other thing is when we use Investor Lift to send it out to those buyers, we need to be able to have those pictures there. That's kind of one of the necessary things. So, but I mean, if you're open to it, since it's kind of, out there, not your normal range of where you're doing deals, I'm open to trying to do a JV deal there if you're open to it. All right, well, let's do this. The guy on my team that's currently, he worked on Denora and he's working on Winber, is Justin Helms. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to have him reach out to you so he can get everything, all the information from you and kind of put together the JV agreement there so he can work on that and talk to you about. He would also be your point of contact moving forward since he's the one that has all the information in regards to those buyers in that area, if that works for you. All right. Well, I'll have him reach out to you here shortly. And, yeah, man, let's get this deal sold, okay? All right, Nate. Talk to you later. All right, bye-bye. All right. We'll let Justin be the deciding factor on that one. Hello, this is RJ. Probably. I was probably reaching out about a property that you had entered on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Okay. So you, I don't even know where that one is. I don't have that phone number. All right.
Please leave your message for Connie Hinson. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number 1-817-489-5678. You may enter a different number now, or press the pound sign to set your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling.
Hi, is Mary there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Carrington Circle. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. Is that correct? Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it? Gotcha. Well, let me take a look. You said 419, right? Is it currently owner occupied, vacant? What's going on with the property? Gotcha. How many square feet is the property? Gotcha. So you said you had a realtor, but again, gotcha. Just off a quick glance, I mean that number feels pretty accurate. You do have some competition at a lower price point that's currently active inside of a mile. You got a 2,800 square foot house at 400,000 and a 1,900 square foot house at 343. But you have two solds at 475, 450, a little bit larger. So it feels like a pretty accurate number to sell on the market. I mean, that's where you're going to get the most amount of money. I mean, we're investors, so we're looking for something that's distressed, probably needs to be fixed up, or a seller that's distressed. So if you're just price shopping with us, I mean, I would say that you're not going to get anywhere close to that number with us just because we're probably not the right fit for you. But that number feels pretty accurate if that's what your realtor's telling you. Absolutely, Mary. Best of luck with everything, and let me know if you need any help, okay? Bye-bye.
I need you to go to my computer so I can try to fix this.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to Cassie's computer to work for a little bit. Cassie's probably going to sit in and talk to y'all for the next 3 seconds. Never mind.
Customer support.
I'll be at Cassie's desk in 3 seconds. By 3, I mean 25. What's up, everybody? Now you know how long it takes me to walk from my desk to Cassie's. All right. Let's see if we can make some magic happen over here. Can you guys hear me okay over here? Second time we've heard this today. Aaron, we do novations. Yes. Done a handful of them so far in the 50 days.
Hey, is this Carlos? Hey, Carlos, this is Garrett with Titanium Investments. How you doing, man? Good. Hey, I was just following up. I saw you had requested the address for our property over there in Detroit, I believe last night. Just want to see if you had any questions about it.
Hello.
Hello, is Steven there?
Speaking.
Hey, Steven, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Oak Park Drive. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Pretty good. You still looking to sell that property?
Yeah.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
Much as possible.
I got you. What's the magic number though?
Well,
All right.
it's hard for me to say without the paper. I mean, it's been appraised before, and I don't remember the appraisal. But what about 250, 260, somewhere over there?
All right. What's the condition of the property like?
It's in good condition.
And the property is 1565 square feet. Is that right?
Yeah, give or take. Yep.
Is there anything that needs to be done to the property at all?
Right here, right now. Yeah, I've got I had a koi pond in the back that I need to dig up and fill in, but that's about a little bit of fence work.
nothing major on that. But I mean, the biggest issue is the koi pond.
I gotcha.
I mean, it's got a new roof, new AC. Pretty new appliances in it. Needs carpet. Yeah, it needs carpet in 2 bedrooms, but the bedrooms are small.
What about the paint?
Yeah, it's vinyl side. What you mean on the inside? Yeah, she kept up with it pretty good. So we just a few touch-ups in like the pantry area where we just recently bought a new house, and so we moved everything out. There's a little bit of paint, a little bit of touching up for the holes in the wall from pictures and stuff like that.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the comps in the area, man. I'd say the most that a property is going for around you is 285 in your square footage. The lowest is 215. So that's kind of your range.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it doesn't sound like I'm an investor, so it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of play there for me. Koi pond and some carpet. That's pretty simple stuff. I think majority of that can be overlooked by a retail buyer too. There could always be a concession for the carpet and for the getting rid of the koi pond. Just doesn't look like it's a real good fit for me. Especially if you want to get somewhere in that 250, 260 range, which it looks like that's quite honestly what you should be able to get for the property.
Right.
So realistically, I mean, your best option to get those types of numbers would just be to list with a realtor. Doesn't look like days on market is too long around you either. I mean,
no, they're going out the roof. So yeah, as soon as you put it out, they're gone. I'm just trying to, I've got we bought the new house, new property, so it's hard for me to go back and forth. And obviously, I don't think I could sell the house without filling in the koi pond. So that's something I got to work on. So
yeah.
So I'm just kind of reaching out to somebody like y'all that buys houses that I could just wash my hands with it and just walk away.
Yeah, but I mean, man, you're talking about, in order to sell to someone like me, you're going to be selling at like 20, 25% discount just to get rid of a koi pond,
Yeah.
Like that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you can get, $250,000 for your house to only get like 175 just because of a koi pond,
Oh, yeah, well, that's not going to happen at all. So I want to get rid of it, but I want to get rid of it. That's less than I paid for it. So yeah.
Exactly. And like from our perspective, it's like, well, there's no reason for us to come in and pay $225 just to turn around and sell it for $250. We're not making any money.
I got you.
So, I would say you could sell it. You just sell it for a little bit less. You just discount it. But to an owner occupant, the discount is a lot less than your discount to an investor, because they're not trying to make money.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, best of luck with everything, okay?
Yep.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, buddy.
How do we go 48 days and on day 49 I'm having the most massive phone issues. Like, how do I end up where I'm just literally holding a phone in my left hand? I'm actually having like fairly productive conversations with people. How long did it take to be comfortable doing deals virtually? 6 months. when I realized we were doing virtual deals locally, that's when.
Leave a message, please.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any message.
Hi.
Is it working?
No, this is going to be a process, which is why I could spend more time doing it Friday.
Garrett with Titanium.
Damn it.
I was just following up. You had requested the address for a copy of the talk, I believe, on Saturday.
What do we owe the pleasure of you coming on screen?
Well, I was going to give you a break.
I appreciate that. The bladder does still need to work, despite phone issues.
Yeah, I will have a 30-minute call with them until it's fixed every 30 minutes, and I've got a 1 o'clock. So.
Gotcha. Well, yeah. Why don't you take me off? You do your thing, and then when I'm ready, I guess I'll just continue from here. Is that what you want? I'll come back.
I mean, they're going to try to be reprovisioning it on their end remotely.
So you don't need to be at my desk.
I don't think so. And I don't think it's going to affect anything as far as your internet goes. So.
Okay.
If it does, we can pull it back up out there and.
Sounds good.
Go on with our lives. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about the weird interruptions. I was not planning on having to deal with that while RJ was live. I didn't think that this would be an issue for him to just utilize the app on his phone, but as I should have probably anticipated that he would have an adverse reaction to it. Being that he's used to his desk phone. I could hear them fine, but it does seem like it was quieter. I'm just looking through some of these deals. Apparently, RJ moved one to the JV column. Although it looks like it was somebody called. Time. My goodness. Huh.
Please leave your message for 8.
Hello, we got your information. It looks like you entered it on an ad. Looking to sell this property. We are interested. If you would give us a call back at 817-710-8689, and we look forward to speaking with you. Got my phone going crazy over here.
has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Box is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
I've literally, since I've been on here, got 3 phone calls about Google My Business listing spam calls. Just robot calls, just blang, 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 blam, blam. There's my 5th just spam call since I've been on the phone. What's interesting about it, though, is like these are people that they just never stop, you know? They're the reason there's problems. Can't put it on speakerphone until they pick up.
your message for 770.
It looks like you had entered this onto an ad, and we're just following up. We are interested, and if you would give us a call back as soon as possible at 817-710-8689, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Is box is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number 181748. SMS notification. Your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Looks like you had entered this into an ad or a website, and we are interested in the property. If you would, just give us a call back at 817-710-8689, and I look forward to hearing from you.
1536.
Looks like you had entered this on an ad for our website. We are interested in the property. If you would give us a call back as soon as you're available at 817-710, and we look forward to hearing from you.
You may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, I'm calling. Like you had entered this on an ad for our website, looking to sell the property, and we are interested. If you would just give me a call back as soon as possible at 817-710-8689, and we look forward to hearing from you. I feel like this person has entered several properties and they're coming to us.
Is it doing a weird ringtone?
Do you recognize that name?
No.
It's a wholesaler.
Okay.
I'm
ready if you are.
I am ready. All right, guys, our dude's going to take back over now. After this brief message from our sponsors.
We are going to give you everything that we have to succeed. Use the tools that we've given you. Utilize the knowledge that we've instilled in you over these past couple days.
Skip tracing, cold calling, and SMS, and how they create a process that's very simple but very, very, very effective. I feel like it's going to transition our business from here all the way up.
As an example, these two gentlemen are really doing something special with Batch Driven on an average getting how many deals a month? 5 deals a month from Batch Driven.
That's our first year in business, and we just did 560,000 gross revenue. Woo!
We're learning so much from RJ, Cassie, and Elijah. I'm an active duty military guy, so it's so cool to come here and just see the integrity and the purpose and things that RJ and these guys are driving into the students here.
We don't want you to just go out there and be successful. We want you to do what you're going to do the right way, the most applicable way. Be that Army. That's what it means to be a Titan.
You work with great people. They're going to give you greatness in return, because now it's a friendship, and who do you always want to work with? Your friends.
As a full-time house flipper, I wanted to do something a lot more virtual. I got introduced to RJ through my friend here, John, and didn't even know what I was coming to see, but after leaving, we've learned a ton. We're going to implement into our business, and I think it's going to change the way we do business moving forward.
Let's get back in the phones.
Now, please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. If you do not leave a voice message, I will block your phone number. So please leave a message if you really need to talk to me. Thank you, and have a great day.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Scott, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Mock Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Carrie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Southview Drive. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Okay, what happened there? Just automatically hangs up on me.
Hello, you've reached the voicemail of Kim Larson. Please leave your message. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Kim, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Virginia that you had entered on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you You could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hey, is Michael there? Look, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Henry Street. All right. It's been an interesting day. Let's just say that. Day 49. Hi, is Michael there? Hey, Michael, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on 39th Street. How are you doing? You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct? Yeah. Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
Well, we would like to get $390 for it as is. I think in this area it sells for anywhere between $425 and $440. But $390 would be happy.
Alrighty. What needs to be done to the property?
I think probably if you wanted to have it, pristine and ready to be sold and not just move into it, it really depends on what level of, work you want to do to it. I mean, it has a brand new electrical panel, all the exterior paint's good. The windows are kind of old. I mean, you go and do windows. It's got T111 siding. There's no siding rot or any massive damage to the rot. The driveway's got a little bit of cracking to it. If you want it to look really good with the landscape on the outside, you go to landscape it. I mean, it's our landscaping. It's, not always someone else's idea.
Right.
Most likely, I think the largest repair would be it probably needs a new roof. I think the roof that's on there now, it's 2 layers. It's okay, but I mean, just from what I've seen and how I've had a contractor come out and talk to me, it'd be best to take off the 2 layers and just put on 1.
Yep.
So I got quoted at 15 for the roof. That's fully installed by a contractor out here in Vancouver. And then, I mean, the bathrooms could always use a little bit of work if you wanted. I mean, they're not like rotten out or disgusting or anything, but, maybe new showers if you want it to look super presentable. If you're getting ready to sell it, I would do new showers and, maybe just some paint. But there's no, like, massive holes in the wall. The flooring's really good in the kitchen, the living room. They got hardwood. Kitchen's tile, and then newer carpets. The carpets are good. We don't have any pets or animals in the house, so the carpets are in good condition. Maybe like door handles and stuff, like new door handles, like little touch-up stuff. Maybe change the pictures if you want, but there's nothing structurally wrong with the house. I've been in the attic, the crawl space. There's nothing structurally wrong with it. It's all good wood. So.
Does it look pretty similar to like the pictures when you bought it in 2018?
It's the same color. We've changed a little bit of the landscaping. I paid an arborist to come around and remove some trees to get more sunlight onto the roof and less needles on the roof. So I trimmed back some trees all the sheds are still there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 sheds on the property, and they're all in good condition. I foam insulated one of them and painted it, made it look like more like a living space off the garage. That was pretty nice. We're getting a new fridge here in 2 weeks, brand new fridge, a GE fridge. So the fridge will be new. The range is in good condition. There's nothing wrong with the range. It has an overhead microwave vent that I don't like, but there is a microwave there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, kitchen cabinets, they're all in good condition. They're not, there's no black mold or anything nasty under the kitchen cabinets. I replaced in the main kitchen cabinet, I replaced that bottom piece of wood, and just refreshed it with some pine and stitched it and everything, so it looks nice underneath the kitchen cabinet. The kitchen cabinets are like older, but they're not beat up or destroyed. You can sand them and paint them relatively easily.
I gotcha. What's got y'all looking to sell?
Well, my wife is a tribes member up for the Remote Tribe up in like the northern part of Washington State, and she has a job opportunity up there.
Gotcha.
We're gonna move up there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, taking a look at it, I mean, I'm an investor, so I mean, it's it's kind of tough because it seems like y'all have got a really good property in a good neighborhood. I mean, you got a little bit discounted for me, but not a whole lot. I mean, I agree with your assessment. 425, 430 range. If it was on the open market, realtor commissions is about 30,000 with closing costs and whatnot. So it puts me about 400 if I sold it for 430. Not a whole lot of spread there. It just kind of depends on kind of y'all's time frame and motivation on wanting to sell. I mean, obviously it sounds to me like you were trying to just get it done quickly and just avoid paying commissions, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, for you, if you were trying to make $1 on it, then yeah, you would. Plus, you'd have to do some of that touch-up work.
exactly.
Some of that finish work to it.
And realistically, I mean, just being honest with you, these are always like the toughest types of leads. I mean, I don't like lowballing people. I mean, it's like I think you could get 400 for the house. I mean, there's realistically the reason why people normally sell to investors because the house needs work and they don't have the money to be able to do it, or it's like, hey, we need to sell quick because of financial distress, or we're moving and we don't want to pay 2 mortgages or something like that. But if it's like, hey, wife's got an opportunity and we've got $100,000+ in equity and we want to capture that so we can go get another property, it's like we might not be the best of fits for you, Realistically, probably the best option that we could offer you would be what's called a novation. And the reason why that could be a benefit to you would be if y'all are like serious about moving quickly because of the job opportunity and you just kind of wanted your number guaranteed to you. Essentially what we would do is say, hey, we're going to guarantee this and we're just going to come in and probably do those small minor little touch-ups and then list it and sell it on the MLS. And we make a spread there. So you're not going to walk away with the same amount of money that you're looking for, but you're going to get pretty close to it. Realistically, on that case, we would want to probably make somewhere in the range of like 25, 30 grand. So it just depends on if that's like something that is a need for you. If it's not, then it's kind of like my suggestion. You would just be like, hey man, just list on the MLS and get as much as you possibly can out of it. If it's like, hey, we're trying to get out of here and be done with this, then we can come along and probably say, yeah, dive into it a little bit more and say, yeah, man, we can probably guarantee you somewhere in the range of like 360 net to you. And then that carves out a little piece to us, and you can just be done. And then you get your money in like 60 days from now. Or if that's not a good fit for you, I mean, I completely understand. Just trying to be as transparent as possible to you, you know?
I got you. Let me call you back. I got another phone call coming in.
Okay, sounds good, Michael. All right, bye-bye. He said I didn't like that at all. All right. That was in Vancouver. This one's in Baltimore. Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Baltimore. If you could give me a call back. I think that we already talked to this guy. Yeah, I think we guaranteed talk to that guy. So he entered it again. He did. In our system. The day I became a Longhorn rancher.
Please leave your message for 413219. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number 1-817-489-5678. You may enter a different number now, or press the pound sign to set your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling. Automatic voice message system 360420 not available.
Hey, Christopher, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Valley Highway. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. So who all watched the Closers Olympics press conference? Hi, is Jody there? Hey, Jody, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Washington that you entered on my website saying you want to sell. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
You still looking to sell that property? Is it just vacant land or does it have a house on it?
No, it's got a 2-bedroom house on it.
Gotcha.
The septic's being installed as we speak, and when that's installed, it was built without permits and we didn't know it. So we need a VWAP permit, but can't get that started until the septic's installed. Over 5 acres. Got a chicken coop, outbuilding, rabbit hutch, full hookup RV site.
Gotcha. Is this listed on the MLS right now?
It is.
I gotcha. Well, normally when people reach out, it's not already listed on the MLS. So tell me a little bit. Tell me a little bit about what's going on there. Is it just you just trying to get it sold or what?
People are afraid to make an offer because it's permitted, and we just can't do anything until I mean the septic is installed. We just have to get it signed off, and today they just sent me the invoice last week, and I haven't had a chance. So I'm going to be doing that this afternoon. They can save it, and then they can sign off, and then we can get it turned off the net. So we need to sell it. So it's listed at 545. And if the septic is approved for another 2 bedrooms, you can build another house. The cabin, we call it, is under the size for an ADU. So you can build another property or a home. It's kind of the property is sort of de-tiered, and the cabin and the RV site are on the lower tier. So there's a central tier and then an upper tier, and you can build on either one, the middle or the upper. And the power company has already said that the power can be it's within the limit. You know, you can run the power off of our vault. But it's ready to go for a second home. And they either use the cabin as a mother-in-law or rent it out and you can rent out the RV site. Got lots of possibilities.
I gotcha. So, let me see here.
That property value, when we had it appraised, the appraiser said that it was going up like 0.97% a month. And that was 3 years ago. It's probably going down a little bit since then, but that area is extremely sought after, and it's private.
Yeah, it's a really cool property. I mean, I'm looking at the pictures right now. Well, there's a couple of things that make this a little bit difficult for me. One, we normally don't buy properties that are listed on the MLS. That's like one kind of issue for me. Just kind of a company policy there. But another situation there is, I guess, the permitting issues, which I'm sure you're tired of hearing from different people, which sounds like you're getting that resolved.
Yeah. Cash buyer doesn't have to deal with that though. So, and if the property was purchased and I had another home built on it, I wouldn't even worry about permitting the cabin. But there shouldn't be an issue permitting that cabin. We've got all the ducks in a row. We've had it reverse engineered. It's passed all the tests that we have had. I have all the paperwork together,
I got you.
We're tired of. My husband has health issues. He's 65, and should you? I'm actually on my way to a doctor appointment that I'm a little late for. Could you call me back like in a couple hours?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll dive into this a little bit more, and yeah, I'll give you a call back later.
Yeah, because enough Tom was no one. I think that I think you have to double the square footage, which I think is 800 or something close to that. So 1,700 or 1,800 square foot home, and you can get away with it. You had them just build a den for a third. So the subject that we're installing is actually for a 4-bedroom. We're just not putting in the 2 extra rounds. We opted for the bigger tank, so that'll already be done. If someone decides to build up above.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it's our issue is that our only issue is that permit. So anyway, it would go up in value immensely if you built it. I don't know what the cost would be, probably 300,000 or under.
Just depends on. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a remote location, so it's probably going to cost a little bit more than normal. But yeah, I mean, and also the size, whatever we were to build there. But like I said, I'll take a look at it, and I'll definitely give you a call here in a couple of hours. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you. Bye bye. Man, what is up with some of these leads I'm getting? Just super funky. I mean, it's a cool property. 5 acres. I think this is in the northwest part of Washington State. Yeah, so the little bay or canal or whatever that goes into Seattle, it's up in the northwest part of Olympic National Park. I mean, it's a cool property. They want 525. The one good comp I have is at 650, but it already had the property built on it. I just don't see how we would be able to do anything with that. And it's listed. I don't even know what to do with some of these leads, man. Like, what do you do with a lead when it's just in the middle of like gorgeous territory, amazing opportunity, but like there's no comps, and everyone's got their story as to why it's an amazing deal.
Figure out how it makes money. That's how.
It's tough. Well, Miss Cassandra is back already, so I can go eat my lunch. Didn't you have a call at 1? Yeah. Because it's 1. Do you want to do that first?
He hasn't called, so.
I know. I'm worried about me eating lunch and then you having a call. You just want me to keep it volume up so I can hear if you get a call?
I mean, we can wait for another 2 minutes.
All right, I'm going to let Cassie take over temporarily so I can go eat my lunch. I'll be back quickly. I just turned the camera off so you can just take over quickly.
Okay. Hello. Does look like a really cool house. Titanium Investments. Titanium Investments, how can I help you? Oh, okay. Do you have a property you're looking to sell? Okay, give me just a second to get that pulled up.
I think I was talking to Ben.
I actually think I called and left you a message.
Oh, you might have called and left me a message. I was texting with Ben, but we can chat. How are you today?
I think Ben might be from a different company.
Oh, you're from Titanium Investments. Okay, Ben could be from a different company. Well, what can I do for you today?
Well, I had entered this on our website saying you're looking for a quick sale, or looks like a YouTube ad actually is how this came into our system.
Probably was a pre-roll. Yep, probably was a pre-roll ad. Yep. Yeah, I sell advertising, so I got you. Yeah, I'm looking to sell my property. I'm not looking to basically like do a hold contract. I'm looking to sell this sucker. I'm looking to sell it. My tenant's going to be out September 1st. I'm not even really looking to make money. I'm trying to get out of the mortgage that I have, and so I'm figuring, do nothing ventured, nothing gained.
That's right. That's right. I like it. Okay, so I'm just pulling this information up. Bear with me as I get here. So you said your tenant's leaving 1st of September?
Yep, sure is.
And how long were they a tenant?
Oh, he was there for like maybe 6 years, maybe 7.
Tenant, 7 years leaving. What were they renting it out for?
He lived there.
No, I mean, what price? Yeah.
$700 a month. $700 a month. Okay. Yep, never raised it on. That's what started at. That's what it kept it at. He's got some health concerns. He lost his job. Basically, I wanted to sell it years ago. But this was like, let's see, I tried to sell maybe like it's on my touch was left with maybe 7, 8 years ago. The challenge being, at that time, they weren't even as savvy with people buying properties out of town and stuff, So I listened locally, and the other local people, I got a lot of people that wanted to buy the house, couldn't get approved for the loan, so I decided to rent it out. And he also couldn't get approved for a loan. I told him, I'll build you for it. I don't want it, buddy. You want to buy it? He busted credit, and then he lost his job, so it's time for him to go.
Oh, that stinks. Okay.
Well, it is what it is.
So I'm just looking through some, what is probably old photos of the house really fast. So if I...
They are. I'm going to be upfront with you. It's dirty. There's not like a hole in the wall and stuff. I've been through it. But it's dirty up. He's lived there for like the last 7 years, but it's not busted up. There's not a hole in the wall and stuff. I'm sure it would take like some cleaning and whatnot.
Yeah, gotcha.
But that's what it looked like when I lived there. The floors are all still there and everything.
It was a beautiful lot.
I guess, it's just that it's in a weird area, I live in Bedford, PA, so I live maybe like 15 minutes from it, and I'm not really, I'm a finance manager in car dealership, I don't want to be a landlord.
Right.
I'm only playing landlord, that's not my gig,
Yeah.
Smash car loans, really want to be in landlord business.
I understand if it's not what you do, it can get definitely get.
Situation, then when they don't pay, you're still, the mortgage owner. If this was time, the house was paid for, maybe I'd feel a little different about it,
Yeah. So okay, then that poses my next question. Do you have an asking price in mind?
Well, I'll put it this way. It depends on how you want to buy it. If you're got your investment company, you can flip a house cheaper than I can. You know, I'm not. You might as well just say I owe about 67 on it, and I would just love to get rid of it. And that means that I don't need to make money, but I'm not putting money out.
So your basic thoughts on it, or you don't want to do any repairs and you don't want to come out of pocket. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably like I put a porch on it last year. That cost me, like, you know, a few grand or something. And I'm just so tired of that. You know, I don't do that stuff.
I get you. I do. So I'm just scrolling out a little bit further to see what kind of comps I can get pulled up. So
I've got some comps in the area. I have a real estate guy, and here's the thing. If I don't sell it by September 1st, or if I don't have something lined up, I have a real estate cool banker, and then I'm gonna list it with them. But even that, you know, you're paying a 5% commission to somebody. You're waiting on it. I like I said, this is not a situation where I'm trying to make money. I just want to be done. I'm that customer that comes in and goes, "Oh, just get me done."
Yeah.
Get me done.
Yeah. I'm that kind of customer when I go and buy a car, so I get it.
When I buy a car, I'm going there over the scale. And everything looks good, and we have a good time. But if I feel like anybody's pulling some bullshit with me, then I don't have a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just trying to. Yeah, I really am. See, I have a house with plenty of equity in Bedford, Pennsylvania, and that's the house I live in, and that's where I don't want to be traveling up to Lyon County doing all this. It's not convenient for me. It's not even a convenient flip for me. You know.
Right.
I mean, I know in the world now they say, man, if you can sell a house under $100,000, you can't lose. Well, guess what? Yeah, but how much of your time, effort, and energy? Like, that's not what you do. You know, like I wouldn't want you to come in here and sell and finance the car for my customers, because that's not what you do for. That's not your job. You don't do it enough. And to me, I don't sell houses.
Right. No, I get it. Okay, I'm just looking through. I mean, I think that this is something that we can get done in that range, you know, assuming that there's not anything major that's like fallen apart since you've last been there, so on and so forth. So what I can do is let me. Oh yeah. Let me actually text you.
You can text me. It's my cell phone.
Yeah, give me 2 shakes. I'm going to text you my cell phone. Sending me photos would go a long way. And then you can kind of tell me. I feel like we could probably get it done in that time. If the photos that I'm looking at online are from when you bought it, I mean, yeah, obviously it can use some upgrading.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you guys, before you put a real hard offer on, you'd want to come out and take a look at it first.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We'll send somebody. I mean, we'll probably end up sending like 3 or 4 people out. And a lot of times what we do is we'll go ahead and send the contract if we're pretty close in price range so that we can title pulled on it.
Right, and that's it. I mean, I don't want you guys, like I said, I'll put it this way. So, when I had the porch put on last year, so when I bought it, it had like I think like some kind of like little holes like in the basement steps. They said were like really old, like where some kind of, not like termites, but like some, I don't know, fire ants or whatever had, put a couple little holes in the steps in the basement. And so it was pest treated. And when I had the guy pull the porch off, he found what he found was one termite. So I had to have termite inspected. They didn't find any termites. And then I had to have termite treated just because I thought, you know what? Like, I'd just rather do it than,
End up trying to get rid of them is a lot harder than pre-treating, yeah.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, I'm a measure twice, count once kind of guy. But any pictures I get, I'll send to you. What was your first name again?
Cassie, and I just text you from like my cell phone because this is our business line.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to get out. I really am. I'm just trying to, I want to be done. I don't want this, because I have a mortgage on it. So if you figure, you look at it, if I'm paying $700 a month, okay, and a mortgage, you know, times 5 months, that's $3,500. So I don't care about making, I'm not like, ooh, we're going to make $3,500. I'm like, I just want to be done, because to me, one of the hands works in the bush.
Right.
If somebody else can sell it for $100,000 and do the repairs cheaper, because that's the thing, I don't have the time to invest in it. My stepdad, he can build just about anything, but he has a business. You know, I'm here at the dealership all the time. I don't have the time to go out there with him and, you know, just do stupid shit. You know, like I might, you know, somebody even told me, hey, you get a professional cleaning crew out there and just clean the house professionally yourself, and then you can list it. But here's the thing, maybe it sells in 30 days. Maybe it sells in 5 months, and if it sells in 5 months, then that's the $3,500 that I had to pay when that mortgage that I don't want to pay.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing about it too is, you know, the area, you have a huge variety of days on market with these comps. So it's like, I know the higher we go, the more holding costs we're going to have. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
no,
yeah.
But I mean, it's
I get it, 100%.
You know, my real estate guy, he told me, he said the biggest thing he said is somebody out of town would probably buy a house like this with cash. You know, he said to them, you know, $90,000 is, you know, maybe a quarter year's income, and they don't care, and you're just happy to be near Deep Creek Lake. And I'm like, whatever. So he said, if you guys aren't interested, that's fine. I have another plan, but I want to have a plan on top of a plan. You know, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at it from a rental perspective and looking at it. I'm just verifying this rent potential amount. And the reason for that is because if I were to need to fix and flip it, I definitely have to be able to remodel it and sell it for the very top of what this market will demand, if that makes sense. So I'm looking at it kind of from like 3 ways. Because one of these,
lemon worth the squeeze.
Yeah, because some of these photos, like of the comps, I'm like, I don't really think I can turn this property into that property. You know what I mean? Like one looks like a dang old log cabin, you know? It's beautiful, but I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm getting that price point out of it. So for me, getting those photos is like a big help, and then running it as a rental is a big help as far as a cash price offer. The other option, and I don't, because this is all going to be contingent upon my rehab, right? So if I put $20,000 into it, but that makes it only worth $120,000. This isn't a real great candidate for me for a fix and flip because I might make $15,000.
Right. Oh no, I've researched flipping. Yeah, it's I have a friend who flips houses, and you know, it's not so cars. It is. I get you.
So then if I put, you know, 10,000 into it and I can rent it out for maybe that's 1,000. That's maybe a little bit more plausible. The only other real thing that could save us is if you were willing to sell it creatively, if I'm being honest, which means
I already know what you're gonna tell me. You want me to hold on to it, and then you guys sell it, and then
no.
I've been down that holding contract thing.
No. Selling it creatively is in essence like we keep your loan until it's seasoned, but we buy it from you. So you're basically, in car terms, it would be like similar to a seller finance. but we would buy you out of the loan eventually. But it's just, the only reason is just because it's a little bit tight if we're going around, I'm assuming around 70 after taxes, but I mean 67 isn't going to make that big of a difference. So it's like, it's a little too tight for me to remodel and flip. It's as is. I'm looking at the as is comps. Let me look at this one. So, I mean, there is another option, and it's called a novation, in which we would pay for repairs and the listing and the holding costs and all that stuff, which actually might be a better option for you versus seller financing. Because I'm just looking at like some of these comps. Like I have one that is 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1920 square feet. And it's like, it has some similarities to your property. In my opinion, it's very similar, like as far as is condition, and it sold for 95.
Right.
So if I'm looking at, 94. If I'm looking at,
That's exactly what my real estate guy said. He said, look, the house, it should sell in the 90s. You know, for you, if you want to sell it as is, he said you can sell it as is without putting anything into it, probably in the 90s. He said worst case scenario, you sell it in the 80s. And for me as the end owner, that works. You know what I mean? But my fear is always, what if it sits for 6 months? That mortgage.
right. And that's actually my fear too, is like, so if I do that with 0 repairs and I take over the payments and I do all of this, that, and the other, my fear is that I'm doing this and I make literally nothing,
Barely to break even, right? And that's what I'll do. Like I said, if it's not something like you guys are interested in, that's okay. Because I have a backup plan. But I figured I'd click on that YouTube so you at least know your ads work.
Right. So like for me, it's a matter of, I can either take this down as a novation and do it creatively, or you can do like a seller finance and I can rent it out and I own the property. If I get hit by a bus or my plane falls out of the sky, in essence, you would have to take the property back over and sell it. But, that's it. The reason that helps a lot is because it helps a lot on those closing costs that I'm going to experience. I don't think that there's enough room in the property, like as far as numbers wise, for me to fix and flip it. So I would have to purchase it and have it as a rental for a little while before I have enough spread in there to remodel this property. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I would have to hold it for a couple of years and then, at that point.
For that, yeah. And that's what I've been doing. I've been holding it for a couple of years and renting it, as that mortgage amount goes down, because originally my mortgage was maybe it was 90, 87, something like that. And I was like, man,
Yeah.
So, that's all good. Well, when I get pictures, I'll send you, and then you can let me know your thoughts, all right?
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, Sharon, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. Bye. Do. kind of a cool property, cool lot. It's just at the end of the day, a little rough to take it down because of what he owes on it. Just a little bit. Yeah, dude, this guy just entered in a fuck ton. I already said it. It's too late. My bad. I don't think I've ever said that live, but at least I told myself I haven't. I've not dropped the F-bomb. This guy just entered in a bunch of leads on Zolo. It's just a wholesaler.
Okay, I'll deal with that.
Okay. Are you done with
I'm
your
done.
lunch? Okay. Well, guys, I'm gonna let RJ take back over. I got an okay call in Maryland. The reason I like is it's not far from Frostburg and our experience there, but it's like kind of only like a subject to deal or
That's perfect.
I know.
They love sub twos.
I know. So he's sending me photos. I just don't 100% know. Like for me, it's a novation candidate, sub 2 candidate, you know? All right, guys. RJ is going to come on back.
We're getting ourselves ready for what's coming. So we're going to prepare you guys with a tool that's going to enable you to make life-altering income.
The most important thing that I've learned is to take action, to do exactly what they're telling us to do.
It's going to be some goddamn hard work, okay? It's going to take effort. What we say works. It's going to change your life.
Not only am I creating wealth for myself, I'm also creating generational wealth for my children and my children's children. So Miss Cassie is the come queen. She broke down comps for us, how to analyze it, how to look for it, what not to look for.
This is exactly where I want to be in my business. Just sitting there, click, 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 or just sitting back like Mr. Burns.
At some point in time, as business owners, we have to make a decision that we are going to have standards. I don't want people that come through here to go out and make a fool of themselves like I see through other programs.
And honestly, I can say it's been a blessing, like I said, to the opportunity to be able to close deals virtually across the United States.
If you haven't made the choice yet, you definitely should make the choice. It'll change your life and your outlook on your business.
If you're not at the Crucible, then where are you? Fucking get here.
All right. Let's get back on the phones. Hi, is Rodney there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Glenwood Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. How you doing, RJ?
Doing pretty good. Oh, tell me a little bit about this property. What you got going on there?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was confusing with somewhere else. It's just it's a fixer-upper, man. It's as is, bro. It needs bathroom repair. Needs a full kitchen. Obviously, we need some wall coverings, some paint, whatever. It's some flooring. It'll probably get you where you need to go. But just for me, I have 5 other properties, and I don't feel like driving a Bridge. So I was just going to dump it as is.
I got you. How much you want to get for it?
I was asking 35 off the door.
35,000?
Yes. Definitely not 3,500. And I'll be honest with you, man. I just had 3 people say, hey, I'll give you the 35. They went, never heard from them again. So, I mean, if worst came to worst, I would take 30, no less, or I'll just sit on it because I'm a contractor myself, man. That's what I do.
Right.
I'll sit on it and wait till I feel like fixing it. You know what I mean? But I'm not really wanting to take anything less than 30 out the door, bro.
Anything creative? Are you open to like seller finance or anything like that?
What's that, buddy?
Are you open to anything creative like seller finance?
No, not really. I don't want the headaches, man. I'm done.
I got you.
Yeah. So that's about it, man. I mean, 30 out the door, somebody can have it. Like I said, I'm probably not going to go any lower than that. I'm really not going to go any lower than that because I was going to wait till winter and maybe
Right.
So that's where I'm at with it, RJ.
All right. Let me see here. I mean, do you think we could get it fixed up for 20?
It'll be close. It'll definitely be close. 25, absolutely. If you, it depends on who you have fixing. Like me, I could probably go in 15, 17 and have it done, but that's what I do. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Just depending on who you got going in, fixing it, what their numbers are, and, their employees, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
So, it is possible. Just depends on who you have fixing it. You know what I mean? If you want, are you in the area?
No. I'm in Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. If you have somebody in the area that can peek their head inside, I can give you the lockbox code. They can go take a look at it, kind of give you the rundown and their experience in numbers and remodeling. They can probably pretty much tell you what you can put into it to get it where it needs to be.
Right. I think part of my problem is that not that it's like a terrible deal. It's that there's been some properties that have sold for less in the area. And so it's kind of the concern of like, well, if I can go there and I can pick something up for less, what's the benefit for picking this one up for 30? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're an investor just like me, so I get where you're coming from. You're like, I mean, it'd be nice to get my 30 out of it, but I also don't want to take less just to be, it's not that big of a, because I mean, at this point, you probably don't owe anything on it. So the only overhead you have is just property taxes on it, right?
Absolutely. And it's probably about $100 right now.
Right. So it's like, I either get my 30 or I sit on it, like you said.
Exactly, because you know what I mean? If I put this way into it, then I get a higher profit margin. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or really not a higher profit margin. What I do is I get a higher number, but my thought process is if I get 30 out of it, where am I? It's probably going to be the same profit margin as if I went 60. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to sell it for more than 75, 80. So to put 25 or 20 into it, I'm only going to make 30,000. So why bother with it? And it's out of the way for me. I live in Washington, PA. I got a couple properties out there. I got the furthest property I got is Ambridge, but I got a property in Ben Hills, property in Claysville. So I got some things spread out, but Ambridge, I just really don't feel like doing them.
I gotcha.
So that's why I'm really ready to dump it. But I mean,
Where all do you buy?
What's that?
Where all do you buy properties at?
Well, it just depends on the availability. I was fortunate to find a couple that had some properties spread out, and they were older and they were ready to sell. So I was able to get these properties at a pretty satisfying price.
Right.
And I go an hour or less. Pretty much, that's what I like to do. You know what I mean?
Hour and less from where?
Hour from Washington, PA. You know what I mean? So I go to Pittsburgh. Ben Hills is actually in Pittsburgh, but it's a suburb of Pittsburgh.
Right.
And it takes me 45, 50 minutes to get there. Ambridge takes me a little over an hour. the furthest property I have. My other property is Brownsville, which takes me 30 minutes.
Because I've got an option for you, and then I've got some deals I want to run by you, see if you might be open to buying. So the option that I would run by you, just the best solution, just shooting you straight, would be if your plan is to just sit on it. If I can't give you the 30, I don't know that I have a whole lot of desire to want to take this one down myself, just because of the location, the condition, and the price. But I have no problem trying to wholesale it for you. Put a contract in place for the 30 for you. I use Investor Lift. It's got a pretty extensive buyers list on there. Throw it out and see if I can get like 35 for it. If not, I mean, no harm, no foul. If so, you get your 30 and you move on, you know? We could do that and take a couple of weeks to try to move it. And then that way it's kind of out of sight, out of mind for you. And just let us do our thing. We're pretty good at wholesaling properties. We move about 50 to 60 a month. So feel pretty confident that you're going to find out pretty quickly if there's an investor out there that says, yeah, I'm willing to do, 30 something for it, And like I said, we wouldn't try to beef it up too much. Just put 35 on it and see what offers we get. The other thing I was going to run by you is I've got a deal in Puxatawny that I'm wholesaling. I got a deal in Winburn, PA that I'm wholesaling. What's
the property in Puxatawny? What are you trying to get out?
Let me pull that one up. Punxsutawney. We are asking $40,000 for that one. I can send everything over to you on that one. Pretty straightforward little property. Pretty decent condition. So I can send the details on that. Are you familiar with Winburn at all? That's a duplex. What?
I am not, honestly.
Winburn it's east of you, like directly east. It's by Johnstown, Boswell, Davidsville. So that is a duplex. One side is tenant occupied. The other side, the seller is evicting the non-paying tenant. So it's going to come one side vacant, one side occupied. The one side that is going to be vacant is going to need work. But I don't know if you're buying it. Are you buying these for holds or are you buying them for flips? I got you.
It just depends. If I get in with HUD and things like that, I haven't really even researched those type of programs, but just the hassle of dealing with people. It's easier for me to refinance a property or just flip it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because people are just pain in the ass.
I got you. You're preaching to the choir. Right. I mean, the other one I got is an absolute shit box in Denora. I'm only asking $6,000 for that. Yeah, probably. I mean, the seller's at the point now where he's like, I won't take less than 5. And I'm like, I'll take 6 if someone wants it. And he's at the point where it's like, he's like, dude, if you can't move it, then I'm just going to give it back to the city. I'd have to check on that, but if I'm gonna guess right, I bet he's gonna say, yeah, just put your shoulder into the front door. Right. Exactly. And that's pretty much what I was looking for, is like somebody out there to be like, yeah, man, I mean, I can do exactly what you're talking about, and it turns out to be a good deal for that person, you know? Like, I thought the one guy, he was in Central PA, and he's like, man, I need to buy something today because I got to keep my crews busy. And I'm like, okay, well, buy this one, dude. It's $6,000. And he's like, it's too far away. And I'm like, but you said you need to buy something today and it can keep your crews busy. Like, I get that it's, an hour away from you, but beggars can't be choosers, you know?
That's right. And if the price is right, hey.
Right. I'm like, dude, $6,000. I mean, you can't get much cheaper than that. I mean, unless you're going to be buying sight unseen down at the auction, you know? So I can send you the Nora and the Punxsutawney. What do you want to do about your property there on Glenwood? Right.
So I'm going to tell her exactly what our conversation entailed. I'm going to let her go through and review this information you're getting ready to send me, and then let's touch base tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that. And what I'm going to do is, because I don't know, I'm the owner, but all I do is essentially the acquisitions. So that's why when you're asking me these conversations about, hey, does this have access? Does this? I don't know. My guys handled that. So I'm going to pass your phone number off to Justin, who is my dispo guy in charge of these properties in PA. And I'll have him send you the Denora, the Punxsutawney, and the Windber, just so you can take a look at it. And then you can hit up either one of us as far as, Glenwood goes on what you want to do there. And like I said, what I would do is just have Justin just throw that into investor lift. And then that way, every time he's talking to a buyer about Punxsutawney or Windber or any of these other properties, he's just saying, hey, well, we got this other one in Ambridge too that we're asking $35,000. I mean, at that point in time, it's more of like a numbers game. And for you, it's kind of hands off, where like you're either going to get your 30 or you're going to find out, hey, every investor out there said they want it for 20, and then you say, okay, well, I'm just going to sit on it, Or if we find the right guy, and he says, yeah, I could close in a week, then boom, you got your 30,000, Right.
If it's not a shithole property, their base number and their top number is $25,000. That's what they want to spend. So
yep.
I'm kind of getting into that mind frame where I go search for places that are half decent, and I can put 20, 30 in it and then make a little profit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, that's pretty much what everybody in Western PA is kind of telling us the same thing, and like that Denora property, I mean, for $6,000, pretty much everybody was saying the same thing. It's like, well, I'm not saying it's a bad deal. It's just, why would I take that one? I have my pick of pretty much any property I want. There's not a shortage of properties available. So it's like the same thing with your deal here in Glenwood. It's like, yeah, I mean, I buy it for 35, I put 25 into it, and then I can sell it for 80 to 90, or I can just wait and pick something up for 5,000 and put 30 into it instead of 20 and sell it for the same amount, you know. Find a more motivated seller than you know.
100%. Yes.
So yeah, Rodney. Well, that's what I'll do, man. I'll pass this off to Justin and have him text you over. Is this your cell phone number?
You got it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have him text you over the links to that. Whenever you go to the website, it'll make you like create a login, so that way you can get all the information. But that also, whenever you do that, it'll let you sign up for what locations you want us to send you deals to as well in the future.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, man. So we'll get that sent over to you here shortly, and let us know how we can help you. Okay.
Okay, man. Sounds good, RJ. Thank you for the call.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Man, I hope we get property sold out of that more than I want the purchase. All right. Thank you, sir.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 989424 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Joseph, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East Dover Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Man, it is really hard to know what's happening when this just doesn't rain. Like, I don't even know what just happened there.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Greg, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on West Lang Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Do we have any land buyers in Navasota? Huh? Well, let's see here. I'd say right off the bat, try to get that on seller finance terms just because it's vacant land. On Investor Lift, there's 2 buyers in the city. It's in Grimes County. There's only 40 buyers in the entire county on Investor Lift. So, to be honest with you, that feels like it's going to be an extremely difficult property to dispo. So, I'd probably try to get it as cheap as possible and on some seller finance terms. RJ Bates calling about 11714 Luther. RJ Bates. Hello, is this the owner of 11714 Luther Avenue? Hello, this is RJ Bates. You had entered that property on my website saying that you were interested in selling it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it?
About $760.
$760. All right.
How much are you willing to pay?
I don't know. I got to take a look at it here. And it's 2220 square feet, correct?
Correct.
All right. What's the condition like?
Have you seen it on the internet?
No, ma'am. I just have the little bit of information that you submitted on my website. Is it listed by a realtor?
It was. I'm getting ready to cancel it. What I was gonna say, you can pull it up on the internet and then show you what the house looks like. But I'm taking it off the market.
Gotcha.
That makes sense.
Okay. So you've had it listed with a realtor. They've had it on there for 107 days. Why don't you think it's sold yet?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not really getting too much feedback from the realtor. She's doing open houses, and I don't hear anything back. So I really can't answer that question. I don't talk to them most of the thing I'm through. I don't even see them when they come in.
I gotcha. I would think, just based off of what I'm seeing here in the area, it could be a pricing issue. Looks like it's one of the more expensive properties in the neighborhood by a considerable margin there.
Yeah, I was looking at some other houses that sold in the neighborhood, and one or two of them got more than I'm at. So that's what I said. I didn't think it had anything to do with the price.
How far away are those properties?
Avon Street is all the walking. You got Avon, Theo, and I've got the neighbors. I think Wallace is one of the streets. Matter of fact, I can stand in the middle of the street and look down and see Wallace. But I don't know if that's the same part of Wallace. But like I said, they all right around the area. The ones that I was looking at.
Okay.
One for a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 25, 60 square feet. They asked for $79.99 for 50. And on Avon, that's $750 for a 3-bedroom, 3 bath, 2640 square feet. And there's one on 66 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, actually for $675. But I'm saying the house is right in the area that I looked up last night. It's pretty much the same price range.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just when I have it pulled up on just Zillow, for example, just with your house right smack dab in the middle, yours is the most expensive house that's listed. And then when I pull it up on my actual comping softwares, we have one property that sold for $800. And then everything else, there was a 783 in there too. Everything else is pretty significantly lower. I mean, I just, my gut tells me that that's the reason why the property hasn't sold in that long of a time, with it being listed on MLS. And then just kind of taking a look at the pictures. You know, it's a pretty house. It's just not updated necessarily, in comparison to some of the other properties that I see that have sold. You know, some of them have been actually like updated. Yeah. So I would think that that's the reason why property hasn't sold. I mean, when you and the realtor set the price point, I mean, was that their price that they gave you, But was that like the price that she gave you, or is that the price you gave her and said, "Hey, I want $785 for the house"? I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would have a pretty serious conversation with the realtor there about that if they said they could sell it for $785 back in April, and now we're in July. I mean, that's this is what I do for a living is sell houses. I mean, in your area, you've had some houses that have sold in this year in 16 days, 11 days, 37, 108, 77. So it feels like that's probably the reason why is that the price is just too high for what the buyers are seeing in comparison to the competition. I mean, I'm an investor, and so more often than not, I don't deal with houses listed on MLS. We're wanting to go to direct to seller and buy something off the market. So, especially if you're in a position where you're trying to sell for top of market value, which it definitely feels like that's what you're wanting to sell for. I mean, I would be a pretty significant margin less than what you're asking for the property right now.
So what you think is a fair value?
On the market, I would start heavily looking at some of these properties that have sold around you. Like I'm going to look at this 6009 South 116th. And look at the pictures of it. That was 2,300 square feet. And it sold that property sold for $675. So I would probably look up those pictures and see like what the condition of that property looked like. Doesn't look like it was overly remodeled or anything like that. But that's probably where you're going to want to be. That was 6009 South 116th. Yeah, it's like 0.19 miles away from you. But that's what I would do if it were me, is I would really start looking at some of what the other property, instead of necessarily looking at what the highest properties have sold for. I would start looking at the individual properties and comparing, like, what did their kitchens look like, what did their bathrooms look like, the exterior in comparison to yours. That's what your realtor should have done. I don't know if it's just that they wanted to get a listing and that's why they told you that amount, but something is off there. The property shouldn't have been sitting on the market for that long, and they should be giving you feedback as well as to why the property isn't selling. Especially if you're having showings, that would be one of the things I would do, is ask for the showing report, the feedback report, because every time someone shows a property, the realtor that showed the property is requested to give feedback. So you should be able to look at that feedback report for every showing that you've had and see what they've said, whether it's overpriced due to the condition, or they didn't like the layout, or whatever it is. There's a reason why their buyers didn't buy it and they came to see the property. So I think that would be valuable feedback for you to get from your realtor. Yeah. And that's like legitimately, that's not even something that the realtor has to like generate. That's just straight from the showing service. They can just print that off and send it over to you. Exactly. Well, that's how it works. Your agent's job is just to set the price point and to represent you. The buyers are going to have their own agents that are going to show the house, and then those agents leave feedback for your realtor. That's what the feedback report is those agents saying, my buyers are not going to buy this because of this reason. Or, hey, we love the house, we're just not ready to buy. Whatever their feedback is, they're asked to leave feedback after each and every showing. Right. So I would ask for that feedback report from the showing service, and that should tell you a lot of information there. My name is RJ Bates, and you had seen my ad on a YouTube video, so you filled out my form to see if I wanted to buy the property, which, I mean, I would be interested in buying it. I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, I'm going to be much less than what you're asking for the property. So I'm probably not the right buyer for you just because I'm an investor. So I would want to come in and essentially fix up the whole house and sell it. If you're already on the market and you're, wanting to get as much as you can out of it, you're doing the right thing by listing it with a realtor. Unfortunately, it just sounds like your realtor gave you unrealistic expectations when they set the price for you.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured too, but I just went along with her because I think she was more experienced. But what's the telephone number I can reach you?
You can always call me at 817-710-8689. And that's my office phone number. So you could call and just ask for RJ Bates. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you said this is something you might be interested in, but you'd like to look at it first.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the pictures. I don't necessarily need to see it first. What we do is very similar to what Open Door does, which is we would make you an offer and then come in and do our inspections. If we have an agreed price, I'm just letting you know, like I would be significantly like by an embarrassing amount. Like I don't even want to tell you how much lower I would be. Cause I would essentially want to fix up the house and then sell it for what you have it listed for now. So, and I have to build in margin for my realtor fees and holding costs and profit and everything. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars less than what you have it listed for. Oh, I knew you were gonna make me do it. I tried to get you not to let me tell you. All right, if I wanted to be nice. If I had to give you a number, low 600s. I mean, or actually, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Low 500s. Because I'm starting at 600 before I even get to my rehab. So, because that's 75% of what I think it's worth. I think it could be worth 800 completely fixed up. So if I did 800 times 75%, that's 600,000. That 25% is essentially my realtor commissions when I sell it, the closing costs, my holding costs, and my profit. Leaves me about somewhere in the range of 10 to 12% profit. And then I subtract the rehab from there. So I'm going to be in the low fives. So that's what I was saying. I mean, it's a drastic price difference than what you're listed at right now. I think, like I said, without doing anything to the house on the market with a realtor, you could probably get somewhere in the sixes. I don't see the sevens happening because here's the reason why. With you listed at 760, if someone saw the house and they wanted to offer you 725, they would have done that at this point. You know what I'm saying? And that's right. Right. And the other thing is it's not like buyers and buyers agents don't know that your house has been listed for 100+ days either. You know, I mean, so at this point, what they're saying is that, you know, your house has been on the market for 107 days. So even if they saw it, nobody in their right mind is going to offer you $760,000 now because they know there's nobody else offering $760,000. So just from that standpoint, they're already mentally thinking you're willing to accept somewhere in the range of 730, 740. And that's not happening. So that's where it like gets to the point of like, what is the number in which people start offering? And I think that's in the sixes on the market with a realtor. So say you were to get 690 for the house, you know, you're going to pay about, are you giving a full 3% to your agent? Right. 3 for your agent, 3 for the buyer's agent. So 6%, and then 1% for, well, 1.5% for closing costs. You're looking at like $50,000 to $55,000 in commissions and closing costs. So again, I know it sounds crazy when I say I'd be in the fives, but even if you sold it for 690, you're talking about you're all the way down in the 630s. And I don't even know if you could get 690. I mean, maybe it's 670, 660. I think it's somewhere in that range on the market is what you're going to get for an owner occupant. So hopefully all this information helps you. I mean, I do this all day, every day. I probably have this conversation 4 to 5 times a day with people that, you know, a realtor said something and it's not happening. And I don't know if there's ill will or anything like that. I just hate it for people in your situation where you're like, I thought I could get 785 for my house, and now I'm the bearer of bad news where I'm saying, it's probably going to start with a 6. Right. Well, it doesn't look like you owe too much on it, though, right? I mean, you've got a ton of equity in it, right? Right. So, where are you moving to? So, funny enough, I have multiple properties I'm selling in South Carolina. What city in South Carolina do you want to move to? By Conway? Well, you and I know about the same amount of information about South Carolina, so I have no idea where Conway is. Is it by Charleston or Columbia? Oh, it's oh yeah, no. Never mind. I don't have anything close to that. I'm on other parts of this. I got one in Batesburg, Leesville, which I got a kick out of because my last name's Bates. So and then I've got one in where's the other one? Lancaster. So not anywhere close to where you're going. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a, okay. I don't. Oh, Anor, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean that's going to be a pretty big moving expense from Seattle. That's a pretty big move for you. Well, like I said, I don't know if I could help you or not. I mean, I think you're leaving money on the table by selling to an investor. The flip side there is if you get to a position where it's like you feel like you can't do anything and you just got to be done with it, and you want it done on your time frame, not a buyer's time frame, that's where we kind of come in and we help. But you're not maximizing your dollar, you know. I think your best scenario there is to, I don't want to say leave it on the market, but I don't like taking properties off the market and relisting them either, because then the question is well, what happened? It's almost better if you just have a real conversation with your realtor about, hey, let's look at the facts and let's come up with the number that is going to get this property sold. And let's talk about realistically making that number start with a 6 so we can get it sold. Let's stop being unrealistic. And maybe at that point in time, they'll open up and say, okay, well, yeah, I just didn't want to say that to you. Or maybe at that point in time, they'll have a more real conversation about price. Because I just, like I said, I think if you were in the high 6s, you could probably get it done. Then that point in time, you're walking away with, 630, 640, somewhere in that range, hopefully. All right. Sounds good. We're here for you if you need us, okay? Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. Man, Christopher, I wish I could turn up the seller's volume. I'm struggling on my own. So here's what happened. You might be late. We found this out about 30 minutes into the episode. So we have these landlines that I've used every day. And they came in, they changed everything out for our phone system so we could text through the phones. So for example, when I call and it says voicemail's full, I can just shoot them a text, or even every person, I can just shoot them a text. For whatever reason, everyone else's phone is working but mine. So through the Ring Central app, though, I am able to still call and receive transfers and calls to my cell phone. So right now I'm just using my cell phone, and it's a pain in the butt. I'm not going to lie. The volume is extremely low. That's as high as I can get it. I don't know the reason why. So I apologize. I wish I could fix it. I need it fixed for myself. But there's not much we can do. Cassie is aggressively working on it with Spectrum, trying to figure out how we can get it fixed. Oh, cool, man. So you saw me on Jerry Norton. That's awesome. Well, welcome to 50 Deals in 50 States, 50 Days on day 49. But yeah, I'm glad that Jerry finally released that episode. That's awesome. Which, by the way, for all the people that are tuning in today, I was going to say at the end of the day so they didn't leave. But I have a podcast with Jerry Norton that got released today. try that one again. Hey, Melissa, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Brownsville, Pennsylvania. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. I'm excited that we finally have Mr. Norton joining us for the Closers Olympics. I'm excited to see his judging in the final round.
Hello. You know the routine. Leave your name, phone number, and what time you call. And my wife will be back to you in the medium.
Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number, 1-817-489-5678. You may enter a different number now. Your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling.
So, Christopher, out of curiosity, did you get some tips out of the Jerry Norton interview? I hate not being able to hear it ring.
Hi, you've reached 803-627-63. If you leave your name and a number and a short message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can and have a very blissful day. And remember, Jesus loves you.
Hi, Tamara. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Jericho Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Like your approach with calling sellers, them selling you the deal and being short to the point. Well, I appreciate that. The other thing that's short to the point was that interview. Not gonna lie, it was a little bit difficult. Both me and Jerry were we both like to talk, and he likes to keep his interviews to like 15. Well, actually, before the interview, he was like, if we can keep it to like 12 to 13 minutes, I'm like, oh man. I think it ended up going like 20. It's really hard to keep it that short. All right, who's next? I totally get why he does it. I mean, he's a master at YouTube, so you can't argue with him. People have short attention spans. Just makes it hard.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 803307 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Peter, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in West Columbia, South Carolina. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. People do have very short attention spans. So this coming from the guy that goes live 8 hours a day. Trust me, I know how short people's attention span are. Hello, is Sandra there? Hello? Hello? Okay. Let's try it again. Hello, is Sandra there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Tannerville Road. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Yes, you saw my ad on YouTube. Are you looking to sell that property? Awesome. How much do you want for it? How much do you want for it? 140. Okay. What is it currently occupied or is it vacant? I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Is it occupied or is it vacant? I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't hear you. Is the property vacant or is it occupied?
It's occupied. I'm living there right now.
Gotcha. All right. Is it what's the square footage of the property?
I know it has a full basement and I want to say 48 by 28. It's not bigger.
48 by 28. So like 1,300 square feet roughly? Okay. Let's see. How long ago did you get that appraised?
Maybe a week or two ago.
Gotcha.
But he didn't, that was only one appraiser. I know my daughter-in-law has a place and it was over 200, but I just go by what the first appraiser said.
Does the property need work? Do you think that's why maybe it came in at that amount?
There's some stuff that does need work, but it's livable.
What needs what needs work done to it?
Well, like the basement has the basement we put drywall down there, and the electrical needs to be hooked up in there. But there is lights and there is an outlet that my cousin Bruce did, with permits. But the walls and stuff like that need to be hooked up.
Okay.
And upstairs is a three-bedroom, 2.5 bath, or 2 full bath. One with garden tub, one with that. And a shower and tub ground.
All right, give me just a few minutes here. I'm trying to pull open some information about the property. It's weird. Everywhere I look, it doesn't have like any information about it. No bed, bath count, no square footage. Gotcha. Gotcha. So is it an actual house or is it a manufactured home?
It's a modular.
Gotcha. Well, let me do this so I don't keep you waiting on the phone. Let me look at some of these other properties that sold around there, dig around, see if I can find some more information, maybe on county records or something like that, and then give you a shot back and let you know if I could get close to that 140. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye. Jesus, man, this phone situation is miserable. I can't hear shit. That is in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. Oh, 14 buyers on Investor Lift in the entire county. I didn't even know that could be possible in Michigan. Check it out, Robin. You got a fellow DMV. Like, I can't tell if some of these people, if it's just their phone or if it's because of this app that I'm having to use or what. I'm sure on some of these, y'all can't even hear them at all. Hey, Keith, this is RJ Bates. Calling about your property on Crawford Road. You had entered it on my website saying that you're interested in selling. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Well, Andy, I'm glad that y'all are able to hear. As I am on the struggle bus over here.
I'm not even having trouble hearing my phone, so I feel like there's something wrong with yours.
I mean, it's just the volume level. I mean, I can't hear.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like there is something wrong. Like, nobody's coming to fix that till tomorrow morning between 9 and 10.
Gotcha.
So, do you want me to see if there's something wrong with your phone? Because I didn't have trouble hearing mine.
Does yours do this? When you dial out, you can't hit speaker until they answer?
Correct.
3, 4, 5, 5, 2 is not available.
Hey, Joseph, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Culver Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. I don't know. I'm thinking about just calling from my cell phone instead of using the app. If it continues to be an issue. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they're not coming until tomorrow. Me either, Robin.
Forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 301821 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any message.
Hi, Gregory. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Alta Woods Terrace. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Greg, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Aspen Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. The not being able to hear it ringing is just driving me insane. Who would ever want such a thing? Is it ringing? Is it not ringing? What are you doing right now?
Automatic voice message system 952261. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Nina. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Buffalo. You had entered it on my website saying that you wanted to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Listen, I can drive you insane complaining about things. And yes, it is barely Monday. But here's the thing. This is how I am about stuff. All right? I like to have my stuff set up. This is a change. It's going to be an improvement. It's going to be better. We're going to get more deals from it. In the meantime, I'm worried about today. And today it's making a negative impact for me. So I let my feelings be known about it. So I don't internalize it. It's all day because I'm just staring at my phone. Are we connected? Hi, is Angela there? Hey, Angela, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Bradford Hill Road. How are you doing? Pretty good. You had entered this on my website saying you wanted to sell that property. Is that correct? I gotcha. Well, what's got you deciding to potentially not sell it? I gotcha. Well, I don't know. I mean, have you decided that you're for sure wanting to keep it? Right. Well, how much were you wanting for the property? I gotcha. No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Well, I guess you've got my phone number, so if you do decide that you want to sell, feel free to give me a call, and we'll let you know what we can do, okay? You too. Bye-bye. Hey, Bill, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Judy's Place. You had entered this on my website saying that you wanted to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Okay. Hey, is Greg there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Greg, this is RJ Bates calling about your properties there on West Lang Street. How you doing?
I'm a little bit irritated at the moment. I can't seem to get everything done that I need to get done regarding my policy path. Every time I get somewhere, there's another step I got to go to. And just starting to get on the damn nerve. How you doing, man? Let me shut up.
Well, I unfortunately understand where you're coming from. I'm currently taking care of my grandmother's estate, and I know how frustrating it can be. Seems like every time you feel like you've got it all figured out, somebody throws a kink in it and says, well, you got to do this now. So
Trying to get the time to do car change in my name. So that's where I got that thing. And they don't do getting the title there. I got to go 25 miles down the road in Greenville, North Carolina to get that done. You just want to slap the shit out of somebody just to get some relief.
how big of a discount do I get if I let you slap the shit out of me?
Oh man, I'm too damn old to be slapping the shit out of anybody. I carry a pistol everywhere.
I got you. Well, so what we got here? We got 59.59 and then 59.47. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I have the property tax statement to get over here. You'll see my table in front of that work meeting.
Is 59.47 just a vacant lot?
It's got a small equipment, a small metal building on it now. I mean, small, it'll hold a lawnmower, and that's it.
Yeah. I got you.
Tax value on that is $12,166. 59.59. I've got a 45-year-old trailer in it on it that's not in good shape. The roof leaks. It's got some plumbing problems, and it's got I would say between 800 and 1,000 square foot shed behind it. That's in pretty good shape.
All right.
But I'm tired trying to look after it all, cut grass. When he moved down here, he bought a half a block. His house is one end, my house is at the other end. In the middle house, his mother-in-law's trailer because she passed away.
So you're the one all the way down the end?
Yeah, I'm on, well, my house is facing Lang Street, but Highway 258 goes right by the house.
Right.
My address is 5941 West Lang.
I got you. Well, how much do you want for the lot and the distressed home there? Okay. Do you think the home is salvageable, or do you think it just needs to be removed?
It's like a, I don't think plumbing is a big problem, but when they moved down here, it was his wife. When my mother died, she remarried. When they moved down here, and she thought she was the damn guy on television. So they added a big room in the kitchen to a single wide trailer, and all that. The roof is leaking in the bedroom, and it looks like it's leaking in the kitchen too. But the plumbing is not too bad. If I had put it up, I would tear it down.
It'd be easier to just come in and just put a new one there.
I've got my mama's bedroom furniture in there that I've got to get out and carry it to the because where that water leak is, it's going to have mold shortly. And I don't have anywhere to put it here in my house. But the shed behind the house is in good shape. Daddy had his office out there. She had a woodworking shop beside it, and then he had a compartment in the back where he kept his tools and his lawnmowers. She is actually in better shape than that house is.
I'm looking at it right now from Google Street View. It doesn't look like it's in terrible shape from the outside.
The top, the stuff where that she built onto it, she won't be a master builder if she thought it was. And if that bitch was still alive, I'd go, well, if she'd have been buried, I'd go out there and dig her ass up. But she stole $140,000 of my daddy's money he gave to her youngest when she died.
Oh, geez.
So she passed away last July, and my father had vascular dementia. I even put him in the hospital the day after Christmas, and he went to the rest home for there, and he passed away May the 3rd.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Oh man, it won't no surprise. It still hurt like hell with somebody. When you know somebody's gonna die, you think you're ready, but you never are.
Yeah. I mean, my dad passed away in 2012, and he fell and hit his head, and I had 16 days to prepare for him to pass away. And I mean, I guess you don't really believe it until it happens, you know, even though he really wasn't there. I mean, he was just laying in a hospital bed, you know. You don't really, they're not really gone until they're gone, you know. And then when they're gone, it's like, God dang. Yep. It really does.
Until his last 5 years, he had 2 strokes, and the second one really done him up pretty bad. I mean, that's the way Daddy was in the rest home the last month. He was alive. He couldn't do a whole lot of talking and just laying in the bed all the time.
Right.
My man ain't suffering no more. That's the only feeling I can attach to that situation.
Right.
He lived a long time though. He was 91.
Well, yeah, he probably had a good life then. I mean, if you make it to 91, you probably got to do a lot of things, you know. Well, the problem I'm running into is there's no mobile homes that have sold around there. There's no manufactured homes. Everything is a single family, so I've got nothing to compare it to. I feel like you're giving me a fairly decent price, but just nothing is sold. I mean, look.
There's
I know, but they haven't sold. You know what I'm saying? So I can't see like the value of what those went for. Does that make sense? I can't.
Had my house, I just had this house refinanced in February of this year. It's crazy. When the guy told me what he valued it at, I told him I wish I could find some guy to give me that more close. He valued twice what I paid for it.
Really? What? If you don't mind me asking, what value did they give your property there?
$128,000. I like you could have knocked me over with a fucking feather.
Well, I can see that. I can see how they valued it at that. You know, looking at some of the other properties. So you've got a double wide on there, right?
Yeah, I got a double wide, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's got 1,490 square feet. I paid $70,000 for it. They're telling me it's worth $130 now. I wish somebody would offer me $130 for it.
Yeah, you've got a nice little place there. At least from the street view. Yeah, I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere.
We got the only thing we got in this little town is a Dollar General, a little bitty restaurant, post office, and a convenience store. That's it.
Yep.
And everything in that convenience store is higher than after rag corn, so she knows she's got a lock on this floor.
I don't know, man. The problem for me is, I mean, I'm interested for sure. I just got to find something. Here we go. Is this a manufactured home on Church Street? Let's look at this. I think it is. I just got to find some mobile homes that have sold, you know. How big is the lot altogether?
All three of these lots are basically about the same size, and I think it's like they're all a third of an acre.
Gotcha.
So what you would find would be 2/3 of an acre. I may have to look my stuff right in just a minute.
All right.
I have the exact dimensions. Like mine. This is my safe. I got that from the clerk before. I can't put my hands on it right this second.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Why does your number show up as a spam risk? I started not asking, but I answered, but I recognize the number.
Because I call so many people every day.
Okay. Where are you looking?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh. I hear you. Y'all catch it down this summer, didn't it? It's been hot as shit up here.
Yeah, it's let's see. We're 105 right now.
Well, yesterday and today is the first time it's been out of the 90s in a couple weeks. But the goddamn humidity is terrible down here, man. We're up here.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
The only thing I like about the summertime is the damn gals all around by half naked to hell with the rest of them.
You only want cash, right? You don't want to do anything creative like seller finance or anything like that? Instead of me giving you a bunch of money up front, I give you a little bit of money every month. Oh, now I found something. Here we go. When did this sell? Hell, it ain't got no details on it. Just gives me a number. The problem is I just don't have anything to value it off of. I mean, I don't even know how that appraisers came up with your numbers at all. I mean, just feels like you just gave a shot in the dark. I mean, I got one thing saying that the house is worth like 25, and then you said the lot is worth 12. Right. Well, what I could do is, I mean, I could say, okay, let's do 35, but then I'm going to have to get approval from my lenders to see if they're okay with doing that. And I just don't know what they're going to base it off of. So, I mean, it could be like one of those things that once I present it to them and they say, okay, 35, yeah, it's a no-brainer, let's do it. The other feedback could be is well, when we try to look up to see if, because I mean, I'm an investor, so I got to have some way to make money with it, right? I think the ideal scenario is either we come in and we rehab that manufactured home on there, or we just remove it, we put a new one, and we come in and we put two, right? Because we've got the two lots. So there could be a play there. I'm kind of 50-50 on whether or not that's going to be something that my lenders are willing to do or not. So from a timing perspective, it'd probably take me a couple of weeks to get you an answer. So I don't know if that's something that you want to wait on, or if you're like, screw it, let's try it. And then if nothing happens, then I'll just go back to trying to sell it to somebody else. I mean, you tell me what you're open to. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. In order for me to present it to my lenders, though, I have to have a contract on it. So essentially what it would be a contract for $35,000 with essentially an inspection period for 2 weeks. So if that's something you're willing to give me, then I'm willing to send you a contract. If you don't want to do that, then I completely understand that. Yep. But I think everyone's going to have some sort of inspection period there. They're probably just not going to be as transparent as I am. You know, they'll just send you over a contract and have a 2-week inspection period in there and not tell you what the hell they're doing. It's very common for when you're buying a house to have an inspection period. I mean, almost every contract's going to have that, because that allows, you know, us to come in and do our due diligence to make sure we're not screwing ourselves, you know? So I think no matter who you go with, that's going to be the case. I'm just telling you up front, from an investor standpoint, It's less about me doing an inspection on it. It's more about me making sure that I can get the funding that I need to be able to do my exit strategy. So I'm just being upfront with you so you can make an informed decision. Whereas somebody else might come along and be like, yeah, man, I'm going to give you $35,000, send you over a contract and be doing the exact same thing. They just didn't tell you up front what they're actually doing. I mean, let me ask you this. How many people have you reached out to? Yeah, you entered this on my website from a lead on YouTube. Yeah, you saw my ad running and you filled out my form. I got you. I mean, the reality of it is, man, if I get my lending and everything goes smooth, it'll be a pretty smooth process and you get paid in like the next 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, so it can be a really seamless process. Or it can also not work out. And then you're just right back to the same situation where you've got to, reach out to other people and get offers and go through that process, which is what you're doing now. So it's like, you can either take a chance with me and it takes a couple weeks and it doesn't work out. And then you're right back in the same position. The only thing that happened is 14 days passed, Which it sounds like you have other stuff to worry about. I mean, if you're out there dealing with cars and stuff like that, Right.
I've got this car I'm on sale. They don't seem like nothing that's been easy, which is a bad situation, I tell you. But what I was going to tell you is, I'm leery of doing, what kind of contract are you going to send me? Is it going to be through the mail?
No, I'd send it to your email. I mean, it's just a 2-page contract saying you're selling me the house for $35,000. It's got a 2-week inspection clause in there that just says, hey, I've got 2 weeks to come in and do my due diligence. And I could either choose to purchase it during that time or I could choose to terminate the contract. You know how to use email?
I think I do. If I don't, I get my daughter to help.
Yeah. And I mean, we can walk you through it. I mean, if it's to the point where it's like, hey, I can't figure this out, then we can figure something else out. Like we just had someone in Mississippi where we sent it to their bank and they went to the bank and they printed it off for them and they signed it there in front of the notary and then just scanned it back in and sent it to us. So there's always ways that we can figure out that if you just can't do it through email.
All right, let's give it a try.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got your email as is that correct? Okay. So when I send it over to you, it'll say, get started. It's just a button that you click. It opens the contract. You can then read it. And then when you're ready, it's just one area where you click on it and you sign it with your finger. And then you say finish. And then it's over. So it's just pretty much a couple of clicks of a button. Well, I'll send it over to you. If you got any questions, just call us back, and we'll walk you through it or read over the contract with you and answer any questions like that. Okay, and we'll see if we can get this done quickly for you. Okay, Greg. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll get that sent over to you. It'll probably take us about 20, 30 minutes to get that contract over to you. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you. All right. Bye-bye. All right. There is a gut feeling that this one could mess up my KPIs. I just don't know if he's sold on like signing it or not. All right. All right. On to the next. Aaron, I don't understand. The lead wants to be a landlord? I mean, if that's the case, I would ask them where they want to be a landlord, what they're looking to purchase, and then try to sell them a deal. I mean, I actually did that earlier today. A guy in Pennsylvania.
I'll be out of service this week. Be back in service around 5 p.m. every night. Please leave me a message.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Leroy, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Rose Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. That was the first contract sent out this week. Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Toledo. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Call Tracy. This is one of my contracts sent out. Should be signed by now.
Messaging system. 7243223 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Tracy, this is RJ Bates calling about that contract I sent you for your property on Catherine Avenue. Just wanted to follow up with you, see if you had any questions and where we were on the process of getting started. So if you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right. What else we got going on here? Who do I want to talk to? Here we go. This is a good one.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 985258 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, CG, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Golden Meadow. You had, actually, we had talked a while back, and I haven't heard from you since then, so I don't know if you're just not interested in us helping out or what the deal is there, but shoot me a text, give me a call, just let me know. We're here to help if you still need it. So give me a shout back. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I don't have anywhere. RJ, this is Greg Amerson again. I forgot to ask you something when we were talking. Are you willing to take the property and the contents? I don't have anywhere to put anything that's in that shed down there. There's some woodworking stuff and tools, and I believe I can't think of the damn name of it. It blows it. It's an air compressor. That's what it is. But and that includes the furniture in the house. I just have nowhere to put it. If you're agreeable with that, just give me a call back. My number's 252-415. Thank you.
That makes it It makes it harder to sell. Now we got to take all the contents too. Jeez. Middle of nowhere, North Carolina. Oh, man. Every time Hey, Jesse, this is RJ Bates. Hey, Jesse, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Huntington Street. We had spoken a while back. I made you an offer on the property. You said you wanted to take a week to think about it. Haven't heard from you since, so just wanted to follow up with you, see what you thought. My phone number is 817-710-8689. Feel free to give me a call. Thank you. Keithan, we're sending out one contract. Feel pretty confident we're going to figure something out there with that land in Colorado tomorrow. That's where we're at right now.
Forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye. Sorry, I missed your call. Please leave a detailed message, and I'll return your call at our earliest convenience. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Shauna, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. I was the one that made you an offer on your property there on 14th Street. But then I haven't heard from you since we made that offer. So I don't know what happened. But give me a shout back just so I know if you're not selling the property or sold it to someone else or what the deal is. Phone number is 817-489-5678. Thank you. A lot of times we'll just ask the seller if they're there, if they can send us pictures, or we'll send a known buyer to be the first person to go, kind of give them first right of refusal. If they don't want to buy it, send us pictures. Worst case scenario, we end up having to hire a photographer or a handyman go take pictures for us. Oh, man.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. CQ license is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Vicky, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. Just giving you a call. Call me back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, this is RJ. Yes, ma'am. How are you doing? Pretty good. Let me get you pulled up here. You still looking to sell that property?
Yeah, I got to explain that to you. So I bought the property in June of 22. With full intention of living there full time. I'm a single mom. I have 6 daughters. She's only 9, and I was doing what I thought was best for her. Find out that there was some. Nobody had told me when I bought the property there was an issue with septic. The whole crazy long story. The septic needs to be replaced. But in the meantime, before I found that out, I had to get the pool out because there was a water issue on the property. So, but a French drain system took care of all that. And then we thought there was mold in the house from the septic, but it's not from the septic. It's actually being remediated by my insurance company because it was slow legal in toilet.
Okay.
So that is actually being taken care of. It's like a $30,000 and you're taking care of all of it. In the meantime, I had to move out of the house, buy another house, and then my daughter had to move. So thank God I got her out of the situation, but I'm holding 2 mortgages and it's too much for me. But I'm not going to take anything off the house. I'll take care of that in court. I'm allowed to sell the house, allowed to do whatever I want. To me, if I don't have the time to take care of a sick child and deal with all the stuff about it.
Gotcha. All right. So you've got it listed right now with a realtor, right?
It's not listed. I said, fine, stupid paper. She keeps forgetting to email. Well, she forgot to email to me, and then she did, so I have to take it off. Because I was getting offers, but the offers I'm getting require me to replace the septic, but with me replacing the septic, the house is worth a whole lot more than these offers are.
Gotcha.
I'd rather not replace the septic, just pay off the mortgage block.
Gotcha.
Or if I'm going to do it all, I'm going to sell it for higher. I'm not going to sell it for what you want to look at 85 and then take a low ball offer.
So
The house is valued at check with my mortgage company, and they check what it's valued at now, what it appraised at now. It's still appraising at, I think, around 950.
So it's appraising at 950. How much do you owe on the mortgage?
739 and change. So even if I come up a little bit short of that, I'd rather just pay the mortgage off and I'm a little bit short it than to avoid the headache. Like the insurance company taking care of it.
Do you have an idea how much it costs to take care of the septic?
I have a quote for $32,000.
$32,000. Okay.
What used to be a 4-bedroom, but they converted it to a 3, and the technically it's a room in the basement that could be considered a bedroom if you wanted it to be, but it's not really a bedroom.
Gotcha.
It's a big house. Like, with the basement just short of 5,000 square feet. And the basement doesn't have a door, so it's almost like a 3-story house. It's a big house. The worst part is the yard. The yard makes, the inside house makes cleaning, and then just, fix whatever. And a tiny bit updating, which I was prepared to do, so I dumped all my money in the backyard. So with the backyard looking the way it does, it's not helping the situation.
I mean, based off the pictures, it doesn't look like it's in bad shape.
I don't know where those are the original pictures, so I guess the pool is still there, and the pool is gone. That pool was so rusted, leaking. There was hundreds of thousands of gallons of water on the property. Doing the French drains, and as you're pulling out the pool liner out to the risk, and literally before we took the pool liner out, you get down on the pool liner. There's so much water underneath the pool.
Gotcha. When you said you were getting offers that required you to fix the septic, what were those offers coming in at? So they were coming in the low 8s.
Yeah. I'm not going to take a offer in the low 8s if I knew the house was worth in the 9s and we still do other work.
Right.
I even own a pool for the property, and I was willing to sell it to somebody because I've got a fiberglass pool. It's this way, the hole's already there, and it's worked out with the kind of French drain system. I'm willing to give that pool up and get a different one. Someone wants to buy the pool for me. Because it's perfect. We found one that was perfect for that spot, and it's a beautiful pool. I just don't like it. Just too much for me right now to deal with. But it doesn't make sense to me. If I'm going to take over the low 8s, I'm going to do the work, and then I'm going to make the money.
I mean, what are your thoughts about us just taking over the mortgage and then, like, we come in, we do the septic, and then we sell it? So essentially what that's called is buying the property sub 2. So you don't make anything, but you can kind of just be done where you just don't have to make another mortgage payment.
That works for me. Honestly, I just can't do it anymore. In the meantime, the sellers are getting sued by real estate attorneys. They all need to sell. Nobody knows me.
So it wasn't on the seller's disclosure when you bought it?
No, and then there was an email from my lawyer to them, to the sellers, and their lawyer that I would never see on, saying that the septic failed to be replaced. And I made it very clear to my attorney, I was not going to buy a house with a bad septic or bad well or bad anything because I didn't know what was wrong with my daughter at that time. And he wrote in there that I was okay with them getting, both, and then them leaving money in escrow. Never agreed to that, but then there was never anything left in escrow.
Jeez.
So my lawyers put them on notice already, and they're all admitting that they were in the wrong. Now it's just a matter of when I'm actually going to get something. In the meantime, I'm still married to mortgages a lot.
Right.
And also, the fact that my daughter just got diagnosed last week after 2 years. So I don't know what I'm in for, and I'm like, I can't do all that. I can, but
So, for example, on my side of things, instead of, like, you have a bid to replace the septic, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have to go find someone to replace it. I just need to come in with the $32,000 and that septic can get replaced. And then the issues on the inside, how long is that going to take for the insurance company to be done with those?
They're doing it next week.
And how long did they say it would take?
Like 1 day.
Oh, okay. So that's like nothing. Okay, so
There was a slow leak from one of the toilets. We
right.
originally thought that the septic backed up into the house. That's not what happened.
Gotcha. So realistically,
They say that on the second floor. So like when I bought the house, like I did there was like a gap in the molding, but a tile right outside the bathroom, which apparently has a slow leak. They said that if they realize if when they come in to remediate everything, if water got under the tile and it caused that to happen, then they would pay for that too.
Gotcha.
Apparently, I covered everything on the house. Like they're like you covered like everything. Thank God.
How much is your monthly mortgage payment?
Like $6,700. A little short of $7,000.
Gotcha. And that includes taxes and insurance and everything?
Yeah.
All right, let's look at this.
Oh, no, not the insurance. The insurance I think it's a non-dwelling right now. So I switched it over. So I pay it monthly, like $100.
Okay.
I'm not worried about that. That don't know about it. It's the mortgage.
Right.
Just like I mean, you're gonna probably better understanding of all of this. I understand most of it, you know.
So
Maybe connections on where you're located.
well, I'm based out of Fort Worth, Texas, but we do deals all across the country, and I've got people based out of Northeast Pennsylvania that we do quite a bit of deals up in that area. So this would be easy for us to do.
Pretty much everything's out of it for a couple of months. I'm just gonna bring it clean through. I've seen it. You know, depending on what else they found, but there's nothing wrong with the house. I never had an issue with the house. Like it's still in the backyard. All I was trying to do was literally enclose the pool with my daughter so the lights well. And that's how this all came about. Like that's how I got what we couldn't enclose on top of the deck, and the deck was down at ground level. So as we started pulling a piece of the deck, and the water started coming up like crazy. But nobody thought to tell me at that time, hey, that's what your septic bill is.
Gotcha. But the pool is gone, right?
But from what I've been told, from the septic company, when they take the septic in, they would just fill the hole.
Gotcha.
Or the pool. I mean, it's a big property. It's a huge property. So I think without putting the pool there, it's going to look like there's nothing there. I mean, it's almost big.
Right.
I did put a brand new HVAC, 2 new air conditioning units, and 2 new furnaces in the week after I closed. They were rigged. I've done hundreds of thousands of dollars with this house.
Because you bought this last October, right?
Last June. And we
Okay.
moved out in March.
Gotcha. And what did you pay for it when you bought it?
$1,025,000.
$925.
No, $1,025,000.
$1,025,000.
Yeah, on paper, online it says $995,000, but I paid for it. So some of it, they keep it in Jersey. I don't know if it's that way in tax in Texas. They pay $1 million for a house, pay that expansion tax. So I paid other money outside of
Gotcha.
more money down.
Yeah, here in Texas, we don't do that to people. It's a glorious thing. I don't. Yeah, it's hilarious how like every state has like their little things that they do to people. It's hilarious because people always find ways around it, just like you found a way around it. I mean, it's like, okay, for $25,000, I'm not going to pay this extra tax, you know. Right. Exactly. So I do think that the sub 2 is going to be a viable option for us. So essentially the way it works is that we take over the mortgage stays in your name until we close on the property, but the deed would go in our name. So we're the new owners, the mortgage is in your name. Your protection is that if we don't make a payment, you could take the property back from us. But this is going to be a very short-term thing because we're essentially just going to come in and do the septic, probably fill that hole in, any other little small miscellaneous things, and then just turn around and list the property for sale. And then the moment it sells, your mortgage gets paid off.
And they're like, but then you would need a lawyer to represent you in the sale of the house to us, which is kind of weird.
Right.
And this is getting a little funky, and there's like they've been to property, and they're like, literally, this is an easy flip.
Yeah.
You just have so much on your plate right now. It's a lot for you.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, in this case, I mean,
It became a hairy situation just because they're helping me sue the people who did this to me.
right.
So, you know, I was like, maybe it's not such a good idea.
Yeah, they probably should get involved in that one.
Yeah, ethically, they were like, it's borderline, and I was like, listen, I got bigger fish to fry, and whatever.
Yeah.
Because like, I just don't want to have to spend this massive debt on me anymore. So, I mean, this probably would have been done already if I had just done everything right out of the gate. But I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I wasn't sure what I was doing.
Right. So if I'm going to, you're not there anymore, right? You're in California now. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm still in Jersey.
Okay.
Moving down closer to you.
Oh, really? Where are you going to be moving to?
I don't know. We like Texas. We like Tennessee. We like, I don't know. How's Texas?
Well, I mean, it's hot as hell, but I mean, we don't tax people for no reason, you know?
We don't tax people for that. Jersey, I'm going to be blunt. Just Jersey sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it does.
The thing about that town, okay, I am not a snobby person in any way, shape, or form, but there's Boopin and there's Boopin Township. That house is Boopin Township, and I'll never forget sitting with the seller at their kitchen table, and the woman says to me, you make sure to say you're from Boopin Township. I said, what's the difference? She goes, about $1 million. It's a very affluent, very well, a lot of people want to live there. I want to live there because the school district, the high school and all that stuff, because they go to Mountain Lake High School, which is right next door. It's one of the best high schools in the state. There's only 4 houses for sale in the town right now. And one's not even built yet.
Right.
The other one's going for 2.3. The other one's going for like 6 something in the snow. And then there's mine right in the middle.
Right. Did you say, you don't have to tell me if you didn't say it already, but did you say, because my stupid phone is not working correctly today, so I'm on this app.
My phone never works.
Yeah, so I can barely hear. But did you say what happened to your daughter? Did you say she got sick? Is that what happened?
She got sick 2 years ago, and long story short, I wanted to be for my family, so I moved a few towns away.
Gotcha.
And I wanted to work in areas, you know, and I went to Boonton High School, which is the town next to Boonton Township.
Gotcha.
I wanted to be close to friends. That was the only house that was available at that time. And it was way too big of a house for 2 of us. But I was like, whatever. And stupid needed it. And I guess I was so preoccupied with being worried about my daughter and so many things on my mind that I wasn't paying attention to what the lawyer was doing. So either way, it still wasn't my fault.
I gotcha. So here's how this would work. I mean, essentially what I'm thinking is you're probably going to have to make one more mortgage payment. Because I don't think I can get it done in time before August. Are you caught up on payments though, right? You're not behind?
Yeah, I've never missed a payment, and the next payment is due between August 1st and August 15th.
Right. So what I'm thinking is you would probably need to make August's payment, and then moving forward at that point in time, because what we'll do is we'll open title, just to verify that the only lien on the property is with the current mortgage. And then at that point in time, we could close. Deed goes in our name. Mortgage stays in your name. We come in immediately, do the septic, get that done immediately, and then just list it. And hopefully get it sold as quickly as possible. I don't want to make that many mortgage payments on it. But I think it's like you said, it's a quick, easy flip for us. Kind of solves your problem, alleviates you from having to make, many more mortgage payments on it, and just get rid of the headache for you. Well, as far as us gaining access to see the property, what's the best way to do that? Are you still close enough if we need to send somebody to see it? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send over a simple purchase and sell agreement that just is saying, hey, we're buying the property for $739, but then it's going to say down at the bottom that this is going to be a subject to the existing mortgage purchase. And then once you sign that, we'll call you back. It'll probably be Cassie on my team that will call you. And then what we'll need to get is like a mortgage statement from you. And then we'll put together all of the sub-2 docs. And then we'll get that sent over. And the sub-2 docs is essentially like what protects both of us in this case. Whether or not we don't make any payments or anything like that, she'll walk you through that. Then we'll get that opened up with the attorneys. The attorneys will, bitch and moan like they always do, and then we'll get everything figured out, and we'll get it closed as soon as possible. Honestly, listen, I mean, I know there's good ones out there, but it's so much easier. Like here in Texas, we wouldn't have to mess with an attorney. Like here, it could just be literally me and you, and it's just like I take it down to the county clerk's office and it's over. It's amazing, but that, I totally get it. There's still 15 states out there that we have to do everything through attorneys. So it is what it is, but we'll try to make this as quick as possible.
They're very laid back. They just want me to be okay, and they're worried about my daughter too.
Right. Well, and they'll probably know what a sub-2 is, and they'll be excited about the fact that it's going to be an easy process for you and you don't have to worry about it anymore, So, but yeah, like I said, we'll send over the original contract just so we can get that underway, and then we'll contact you probably tomorrow or the day after to do all the sub-2 docs and get the process started. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, Carrie. Well, appreciate your time, and looking forward to getting this deal done together. Okay.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Whoo, buddy. It is not difficult to do a sub-2 on a VA loan. It shouldn't change anything for you, Keithan. So that is New Jersey. Oh, love it. That is going to be a great hotel. Boom, baby. That's actually kind of cool because the other deal that we got in New Jersey was a short sale. So it's kind of cool that this is a sub-2. And you ask, how would you leverage private money in a novation or a hotel? Well, exactly what I just did right there. I mean, so we're buying that subject to the existing mortgage, so 739. We can sell it anywhere between 950 and $1 million. I mean, she just bought it last year for 1.025. But we got to put a $32,000 septic tank in, so that's private money that I need. I don't want to make the mortgage payments using my own cash, so I could use private money for that. And then the cleaning and everything else. So probably about $50,000-$60,000 in private money is needed on that deal. That's exactly where I would leverage private money on that deal right there. That could be a great deal for us. Especially considering the fact that she already has the contractor to do the septic. So it's not necessarily like something that we have to go track down the contractors or anything like that. That could be a 6-figure deal for us right there. Easy. Love it. All right.
The mailbox is full. I cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Each deal is going to be different. I mean, it really depends on the exit strategy, the days on market, what are you utilizing the funds for. All of that should be the same thing as far as the term length as well. There should be an understanding there between you and your private money lender as to what the plan is with the property, because it's definitely something that y'all are doing together. So, I mean, it's just kind of a conversation collectively and what kind of return they're looking, because sometimes it's a little bit difficult. Like, say you're borrowing $300,000, but it's a quick flip. It's like, but they're still risking $300,000. So is it really an interest rate or is it a percent of profits? So there's really not like a standard answer there. And also just kind of what is your experience with that lender as well. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, is Anna there?
Anna speaking.
Hi, Anna. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Carroll Drive. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. You had entered this property on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it?
I live on Zillow at 650.
Okay, so you have it listed on Zillow?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull it up here.
How much you gonna give to me?
I don't know. Let me look real quick.
Oh, the pool is not the new line
Okay.
I have new book on 2019.
Okay.
New furnace, new hot water tank. I just got water filter for the whole house 3 weeks ago. I expand the fence around the pool, and that's 4,000. The front door 6,000, 38,000 roof, and the furnace 6,000. The hot water tank 6,000, and the water filter 4,000. So that's why I'm asking for 650 to cover up my money that I spent.
I see. Let me see. Just on first glance, you know, I'm an investor. I think I'm going to be lower than the 650, just based off of what I'm seeing. I mean, I love the property from the outside, but it does look like it needs a little bit of updating on the inside, which is what I'm looking for. But you know, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get close to your price there.
Just tell me how much.
All right, give me just a few. Let me look around and see what I can do, okay?
Okay. It's 2 fireplace, 2 jacuzzi, the theater ceiling, bedroom skylight.
I mean, just being honest with you, just looking at some of these other properties that have sold in the 600 and 700 range, it looks like cosmetically they were fixed up much more recent. And I know you spent a lot of money on, you know, the roof and the hot water heater and the furnace and all those types of things, but I mean, I think I'm pretty significantly lower than what you're asking there. I mean, I think I'm down in the 400s, to be honest with you. Oh, well, that's a great offer. To be honest with you, if someone offered you 600, I would seriously consider that. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. That poor sweet soul. Her property is very disgusting. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but it's very gross. To give you guys an idea. And when I say the comps are going for what she's asking, those are fully remodeled. Like, someone offer you 600, you should take that. Not as bad as the zombie cat house. You're right.
is not available.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on South Avalon Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Yeah, I spoke on this topic on a previous episode. I mean, if the seller is getting a loan, then it's not private money. Okay. He's just getting a loan. There's going to be situations, and that's going to cause issues if you're buying the property and then he's loaning you the money because where's their lien position and stuff like that. I don't necessarily think that that is a great situation for you to leverage as private capital, because it's not private capital, it's bank capital that they're wanting to leverage, and you need to have a firm understanding of what they're wanting as collateral for that. And if you don't know that answer, then that to me is a concern. And then, like, what is the interest rate on that money? I don't know. I would have a lot of questions about that, especially if it's not somebody you know. It's just a seller. Hey, it's Frank there. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Kentucky Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. How much you looking to get for it?
Well, the tax value is $277,000. But I got some room to work with.
Alrighty.
The house is totally remodeled. I mean, from the roof to everything. Windows, new plumbing, new floors. Now I'll tell you, I put on a patio, an 18 by 18 patio, and my thought was that because the kitchen's relatively small, but it's fine for, like a couple kids and stuff like that, and a parent. But that's the only thing. It's nice and clean, and everything's been redone. But I am having some health issues, and I'm going to move back down to Oregon. Not that I want to, but I don't. Much health-wise, I don't have to. I'm 69 years old. That, like 7 strokes, and you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
But it's lot is 110 by 200 foot long. It's got a 30, I think it's 37 foot by 45 foot long shop. It's all insulated. It's got a wood stove out there. And the house, I've had them gas furnaces put in, but I've also got a wood stove. Mine gives me a loan here, runs me about $60 a month. You know what I mean? So when I figure out this wood stove, I'm going to leave that on about 62. But like I say, I got a little bit of room to work with you.
I gotcha.
Since I'm not going to cut firewood anymore, the wood splitter goes with it. And I got I think it's like a 70 truck body, the box for hauling firewood.
I gotcha.
What else? All new plumbing, all new insulation. I just finished the floor in the living room part with vinyl. You know what I mean? All the bedrooms have been remodeled. It's all
47 below? 37. That's still, that's unbelievable. That's crazy. So you're only interested in a cash offer, right? Because you want to use the cash to move back down to Oregon? I gotcha. Because, I mean, you are kind of out in the middle of nowhere, you know? Right. Right. Yeah, it's pretty gorgeous just looking at the pictures, you know. I do. I'm one of those people. I still wave at people when I'm driving down the road. I got you. Well, you know I'm from Fort Worth, right? Yeah, that's where I'm calling you from. It's a glorious 109 degrees today. 100. No, we're not that bad. It's 100 and 105 right now. Is what my phone says.
I want to tell you the difference is man, living down there for the 3 years reminded me of Vietnam. You know, fucking the humidity. But anyways, up here, like it was 94 degrees here yesterday, but it's a dry heat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It doesn't get humid. We'll have like now this time of year we're having thunderstorms in the afternoon, but it's beautiful all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nice cool breeze. I'll tell you something. That when it gets dark, I've seen it drop 50 degrees here. So you want to take a coat. Yeah, and there's gobs of lakes around. We're not very far from some of the best fly fishing. That's what I'm gonna miss is because when I go up to the VA hospital on the way back, I normally take my fly pole to the little Bigfoot, you know.
Right.
Anyways, like I said, and then I decided I couldn't handle it down there anymore because of the heat, and I was having a lot of issues, and so I moved back up here to Montana. And like I said, I had a machine shop here. I repaired heavy equipment for a long time. Small machine shop, you know what I mean? But I normally went out and fixed heavy equipment.
Right.
Honestly, I'm scheduled tomorrow. I've had this on Craigslist for like 3 months. I'm scheduled tomorrow to with a real estate woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How much cash are you needing to make the move?
I'd like to just cash out and walk away. The guy can come up with 250,000. I would walk away. You know what I mean?
I know the problem with 250,000 from my perspective, because I'm an investor, you know, so it's not like I'm buying it to come live in. The problem with that is then what do I do with it, right? I mean, looks like top of market value is like 300, you know.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And by the time I give her 5%, and you know what I mean, and all the fees and everything. But see, and this is the thing, man. I bought a lot of fucking property in my life, and it's so simple to do. You just go down and get copies at the courthouse. There's no fucking liens against the place. You know, and for $1,000, you can have an attorney do and set it up, and if you're going to carry the note, you know. Man, I'm going to tell you, when I first moved over in '89, I bought a 54-unit mobile home park, and turned around. I paid $250,000 for this place. Turned around and put 50 into it, upgraded all the electrical and the plumbing, and the woman that was going to buy it before me bought it from me, but not for that fucking price. Trust me. And I didn't want the cash, so I took a motorhome for the down payment and set that payment up in escrow. And she still owes me, I don't know, probably 9 or 10 years left. You know what I mean on that note.
But see, that's what I want you to do with this house.
So how much cash did you come up with?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why I was asking, how much cash do you need to make the move? Because then I can give that to you as a down payment, and you carry the note on the rest.
Well, if you want to, and I thought that over, you know what I'm saying, and I'd have to have at least $175,000, and I would carry that note and go through escrow at 4%.
The problem there with it is like 175,000. I mean, I might as well come up with the last 75 grand if I'm going to go that far, you know. That's what you need, though.
Because I got loans against this place, you know what I mean? I got to pay that off.
Right.
You know how the fucking game is.
Yeah.
Trust me, when I first started looking for property around now, I couldn't even find 5 acres. That is no shit. And I mean, I really lucked out in this place, and I paid a little bit more than I probably should have. But I did all the work, you know what I mean? So, except for the roof, I didn't do that. You know what I mean? I'm getting too fucking old for that. But, you know,
Right.
I'm a retired machine, so if I'm a 16th of an inch out of square, it fucking bothers me, you know what I mean?
I got you.
Like I say, that's about the best I can do.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think it's a good fit for me just because, I mean, there's not a whole lot of exit strategy outside of like what you're saying, potentially doing a wrap or something like that.
The nice thing about this fucking place is the sawmill 6 blocks away, and the prison, like this kid across the street works out in prison. He's a sergeant. He's paying almost $1,300 a month for that little bitty fucking 2-bedroom house with an old Model A garage hooked to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's nothing fancy. I mean, as far as if you're gonna rent it out, I mean.
Right. I just don't. I don't see how I can make it work at the 250 price point. There's not necessarily. I don't think I'm the right buyer for you because of the lack of exit strategy there. Sounds like probably with that realtor and getting an owner occupant or somebody local there that's wanting to live there, it's probably the better move for you. Right.
That on Craigslist, I can't remember now, but man, people from Washington and Oregon calling me, gee, that nobody seems to have enough down payment, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
In order to cash out, or they want me to wait until they sell their place, you know what I mean? I can't do that.
Yeah. Well, maybe that realtor can help you out tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be the right fit here, just because I want too big of a discount, and you want to cash out your money, So.
Well, fucking I was looking, I didn't realize that it had gone up in tax value because I hadn't really paid much attention to it. I'm sitting there reading that motherfucker, and I went, holy shit. And thank God I'm a Vietnam vet because here in Montana, they knock off 80% of your taxes, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And fucking in Oregon, you don't have to pay any, but that's okay.
Well, Frank, best of luck to you tomorrow with that realtor, and appreciate you. Thank you for your service, and hopefully that goes down smoothly for you. Okay.
You know what I guess more than anything about Texas?
What's that?
Is all the fucking wrecking yards.
That's what you miss about Texas, huh?
I'm a car freak, over there in Denton, over by the racetrack. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I went to North Texas, and I lived in Roanoke for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just finished up. My brother bought a brand new 68 from LSS in 68, and he got killed in 1971 in Vietnam, and my other brother got it. Older brother ran the fuck out of it, and I just finished that up last year, doing a total body restoration on that car. And it's only got 48,000 premium miles on it. And I can't help it. That's my hobby, you know what I mean?
Right.
I haven't even been able to do that in 5 months. It really won't change at all. I got my back broke here about in 77, and all that fusion and stuff where they did all that surgery is deteriorating really bad.
Hey, I'm getting off the phone with him.
They can't operate on it. I'm going to fucking end up in a wheelchair. So,
get to Oregon, man, and let them take care of you so you can get back to messing with your cars. Hey, you never know, man. Never know. Tell your stories when you get to Oregon, and the ladies will flock to you. The lot lizards. All right, Frank. I got to go, man, but I appreciate your time. Best of luck with everything, okay? Bye-bye. Apologies to those that maybe have sensitive ears there. Frank decided he wanted to take that conversation somewhere else.
What happened?
I'll tell you off air. I'm going to take a break. Cassie's going to take over for me. I'll see you guys here in a little bit. Hey, guys. RJ Bates III here, and I'm challenging myself to do 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days for the second time, all live on YouTube. Now, this time, I'm going to be using leads from a few different places, but one of the places I want to talk to you about is LeadZolo, where they generate all of their leads from YouTube ads that are specifically going after motivated sellers to come to us so we don't have to pull lists, we don't have to cold call, we don't have to talk to people that aren't interested in selling their property. We're just able to close motivated sellers. Now, I've actually closed their leads before live on stage at Wholesale and Live, where I won that belt right there. So has Seamus Goss, Max Jimenez, Naaman Taylor, Eric Klein. Some of the biggest names in this industry have all used LeadZolo. And hands down, we say it's one of the best lead sources for any wholesaler out there. So now it's your turn. The LeadZolo guys have reached out to me and said, hey, we want to give your audience a chance to try out a lead on us. For a limited time only, you can go to leadzolo.com/titanium and you can get 10 leads for only $1,000. Usually their leads cost about $300 a lead. So this is a hell of a deal that they're giving to anyone that comes out and watches the 50 deals in 50 states in 50 days challenge. If you want to check out the quality of these leads, come watch me close them live Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central, where I'm closing LeadZolo leads all day, every day.
Hello, friends. Apparently, RJ's last caller had some choice inappropriate for children words in his discussion. So I'm looking for this other one. So a wholesaler went on here. There we go. He did call back. And I'm just looking really fast to see where the location is and what their price is. Or what their information is. So these are both in areas. Part of it for me is like, these aren't for outside of Houston, and I'm like, if they have them, I'm not sure that I would. How I would want to work with them. We're not having a lot of luck. On those types of properties right now. Let's just put it that way. Typically when we vet through them, they're just not at the right price. And at that close to Houston, it's interesting for them to be putting properties in on an ad, if that makes sense. Hello, am I speaking with Ricardo? This is Cassie. I'm calling about a website looking to sell that property. So I was just giving you.
906 North May.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just giving you a call, looking to get some more information about the property and see if we're a good fit there.
Okay.
So I'm just checking like the location, and trying to figure out which building this is.
Yeah, it's not a building. That's actually a vacant lot.
A vacant lot, okay. So is it behind the building, the gray building?
Are you looking on Google?
Yeah.
Google Maps? Yeah, some of those are very old. It should be in between two buildings. I'm not sure which one you're like what picture it's giving you. There have been two houses erected on either side of the property, since fairly recently. So if it's any kind of recent, it should be a space in between the buildings.
Okay, because I think when I'm looking on May Street, like, it looks like there's probably not new buildings, but it looks like there is some trucks and dumpsters and new building material there. So I think I'm looking in the right spot.
Yeah, that should be the right one. Those pictures are about 3 or 4 years old.
That's so crazy because it totally says it's like 2023. Oh no, now it says 2020. When I scoot over, there's a big brush pile.
Yep.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
That's old, yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So the building may no longer be gray next to it.
Right. Or they finished out, or it's the one that they were building. So I know that there's no. Well, that area is being highly developed, But
Right.
next door, it looks like all of the construction stopped last time I was there.
I gotcha. Okay, so give me 2 seconds to pull some more of this up. Did you fairly recently buy this?
Yeah, around November of last year.
I gotcha. So did you buy it like on a tax sale? Oh no, that's is that the person before you too bought it on a tax sale?
No, the person before me owed taxes.
Gotcha.
And yeah, the other thing, the city records are notoriously not
Yeah.
updated on the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can verify. Yeah, you can verify the ownership through the titles and
Sure.
Yeah, the titles and I forget the titles building. You can call them, they'll verify it.
Yeah, we would pull title and everything on it like that. Sometimes people will buy this stuff creatively and it's not recorded yet, so that's also why I was asking.
Yeah. I mean, it should be recorded because this is through a tax sale.
Yeah, it says that it was purchased for just like normal online for $10,600 in October.
That's right. Yeah.
So.
Yep. That was October. I said November, but somewhere around there.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
So, I'm just looking to make sure I have the right lot from the map view, the overhead view. So what's going on with this? Were you planning on like developing on it? Changed your mind?
Well, so originally I was going to hold on to it because Presbyterian Hospital is not far from there, and they are expanding.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, Philadelphia development history. Anytime those hospitals or schools expand, they purchase anything around there for a crazy amount. Temple was being the example.
Yeah.
Jefferson Hospital is doing the same thing. So everybody's developing in that area. Everyone was buying up, just about everything there. However, I have a new company, and I need liquidity for that. So that's why I'm selling.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I guess, if you're good on the sale price, you're good on the ownership and you're good to sell, and I'll look and see, but I just need to verify the lot size with you, if you bear with me a minute. I assume that's correct, but you never know.
Yeah, it should be about 800 square feet.
Yeah. So really what I will end up doing is just trying to look and see what our numbers would be on it and everything. It used to have an actual property there, correct?
Not since I had it. I purchased it as a lot. I do know that in that area there have been a lot of buildings that were demolished and new ones erected, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that location. I would assume that there were, but I did not see any foundations or anything that would indicate something was demolished.
So would I have to get utilities? Do you know?
Most likely, but being that there are houses on either side, the utility hookup should be, fairly simple.
Okay. I'm just trying to read through and see. What's up And I'm trying to figure out from like the map view what I'm dealing with here as far as like, did they give you any like clearance on easement, utilities, things like that, zoning?
It is residentially zoned, so
Okay.
you wouldn't have a problem there. Yeah.
Residential vacant land, RM1. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I will definitely look at what our best use and our exit could be and crunch some numbers. I'm looking through kind of comps and everything like that, and I can kind of give you a ballpark on what we can do. If I can just get a chance to crunch some numbers there.
Yeah, comps in the area. Well, Philadelphia's funny. You know, the comps will range. You'll see them between 45. Some will even go for 130 for vacant lots. Of course, that depends on the size and the location.
Yeah, I mean, I've got same size lots going everywhere from like 6,000 to 45,000. It looks like.
Exactly. Yep.
But I got to make sure what I can develop there as far as like what my exit is, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got, it looks like I've got like a light pole kind of to contend with. What can I build like as far as, I mean, this street isn't really even like a street feeling to me. It's like an alley,
It's a small side street.
Yeah.
However, those two properties that were back, I can't remember. I think one is some sort of apartment setup. But you should be able to put up a 3-story. In Philadelphia, you can go up to 3-story.
Right.
You can go up a 3-story apartment building, depending on how you have it configured. 2 to 4 units on each floor, and no problem here.
Those would be pretty tiny units on an 800 square foot lot, yeah?
They would be small, but people will get them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's better to do that or to do, because I'm not really seeing. I mean, I guess some of these that are listed as row houses could technically be multi-family usage.
People do those conversions on the row houses.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll always find, you won't have a problem finding rent. I mean, realistically, I considered building on it, but I was just going to wait for the hospital to make me an offer. You definitely. So, I mean, realistically, a lot that size, with the hospital really wanted it, they'll offer at least $100,000 or something like that. I've seen them give more for less.
But they're just not at that point yet.
No. I mean, it's going to be a while. I don't know how rapidly they're moving, but I know they're moving. Realistically, even if you did set that up with a bunch of small units, you'll get medical people that would either they'd want to stay there or the hospital would rent it out from you.
Yeah.
And that's regardless of what stage of their expansion they are.
Yeah, I think more for me, what becomes concerning is the cost of developing a building like that versus, what I can get in rent or what I can sell for, right? So it's like if I can build, you know what I mean? I'm
Well, you can
thinking that
if you have a new if you have new units, you can get top dollar from the hospital in terms of rent. You know, even if they're small, because what they do in some cases, they would set it up so that way their staff can be available to their staff, not for permanent living, but like if their staff needs to be here 24 hours, needs to be nearby, or if a doctor is burnt out or something like that, that's something there. They do that a lot. But if you just want traditional rent, yeah, you can set them up as a bunch of studios, and Philadelphia is just hot right now, so you shouldn't have a problem with those.
I mean, I see one, in other words, that might, like, for 1,000 square feet, rent for $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
But that's 1,000 square feet, or 970.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
So I don't think that I can. I mean, that's bigger than my whole lot. So that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know how I shake out this development. I mean, I know what it costs to build it. As far as what I can build, yeah, I honestly think it's probably a develop and list type of situation. Or like you were doing, which I'm not really in the business of doing, sitting on it and waiting for somebody to offer me more,
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I mean, if you develop and list, same thing, you shouldn't have a problem. Even if you do three units, just that, 3 units.
Oh, I'm not talking about developing a multifamily. I'm talking about developing, because if an investor that buys, it would basically be in the same position as me. I mean, it's single family, or I would be looking for an end buyer that's going to buy and then live in one unit and rent the other 2 out. So that gives me the reservation there on developing it multifamily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It might be the better play might be for me to develop what would that be? An 1,800 square foot single family residence, 1,600 square foot.
Yeah, but you can always build up. I know you can definitely do 3 stories. Not sure about 4 in that zone, but there's plenty of 3-story houses in Philadelphia. There's a couple of 4 stories. Matter of fact, on Chestnut and Walnut, you have 6 stories.
Oh yeah, I don't think it would go for that here.
Yeah, but well, I'm just saying, you could do at least 3, possibly 4. So, if you do 4 units of, medium size, or, divide them up, and do like some kind of boarding situation, that's definitely good and possible for that area.
Yeah, I think it's just I don't think I have room for that, just because an 800 square foot lot, I have to have some kind of parking. I have to have some kind of, you know what I mean? Like, where are they supposed to park? Where are they supposed to go outdoors?
It's Philadelphia. They can park on the street.
Well, yeah, but I still have to deal with like where on the street. You know what I mean?
They can find that. Yeah. No, I hear you.
It impacts. I mean, you're right. They can do that, but that situation impacts my resale value, and then I also have to figure out what kind of easements I've got here.
Yeah. No, I grew up in Philly. It's just kind of understood. You're going to have to find your own party, you know, in some places.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, there's, those are the possibilities, you know.
I mean, I totally get it, and I agree with you. But like, whenever I'm looking at like comps and things like that, like that impacts the value. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So, and I think it also impacts what I can build. Like, when I'm looking, for example, at a comp nearby that was completely remodeled, I mean, it's not a new construction, but completely remodeled. It has like an outdoor area, and it has, it has parking. It's, I have to have the if it's a standalone building, it's not a row house. Then I look at one that's, it's a row house. So, I mean, it's not the same, but it's like, it's $270,000, 3 stories, completely remodeled. Yeah. So it's not detached, but it's on 48th.
Yeah, 48. Everything is moving up. So if you go further over between 30th and 40th Street in the southwest near Cedar, all of those houses start at $1 million. You know, well, and partially because they're closer to the University of Penn, but they start at $1 million over there. And that, I have a property near there. That value is moving up and over. So in time that will be mainstream. That's why I got it, because I know where the value is going with that one. But no, I tell you what, just mull it over. Look at your numbers and make me an offer.
Yeah, I'm just looking within half a mile for me, and
yeah.
I mean, this is me, and this is what I experience, and I already know what my partner is going to tell me, and he's right there, and all he does is Philadelphia. He's going to tell me exactly what I'm saying, and that, like, well, I'm not going to buy something to hope it becomes worth $1 million later.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, the value is rising in that area. But no, I hear you. So look, talk it over with your partner. Look it over, then let me know what you think, and we can see if it's something you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a gander at it. Crunch some numbers. Again, I'll keep in mind, I'm looking through these lot sizes, just to see what we can develop there. And, we'll definitely let you know if it's something that we think we can, grab and, make good use of, for sure.
Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Ricardo.
All
right, talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right.
I am sending this really fast to our partner. Oh gosh. In Philadelphia, I don't like this at all. Like, I don't think there's a whole lot of value in it, but
Call that number, press 5.
we are interested. If you would just give me a call back at 817-710-8689, and we look forward to hearing from you.
You lock up the deal? No. It's kind of how I feel about sent out a contract in North Carolina. It's kind of like, I don't know about it. But the last time I felt that way about a North Carolina contract was Reedsville. We sold that one for a $10,000 pop. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to turn it down. So I sent that one out.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the property I got on the phone.
Kind of felt that way about a lot of properties I've been on the phone with today. Feels like a theme.
It's a lot in Philadelphia. I'm having an error. There we go. Now. Oh, that sucks. I really want to figure this out and go lock it up and knock this state off of our list. But I need to go look at the street view really fast. Y'all are going to laugh your butts off. When I tell you, now this is not dropping me in the right spot. I'll tell you that much. Thought I had one and I was gonna stun you.
Oh.
I haven't called him yet, but it's a batch. The property burned down.
So it's just the lot?
It's just the lot.
Let me call him.
Look.
Rhode Island, baby.
I was like, I'm gonna get this on the phone, and then RJ's gonna come back in here. He's like, she's talking up Rhode Island. But I'm a little nervous, and what you need to ask when you get a hold of them is this behind, like, how did they subdivide this? Because look at the photos. You see how the little buildings are right here?
Yeah.
Well, Google Street View drops you off right here, so you can't see through the trees. You know what I'm saying?
So we need to know if it's all the way up to the street.
But then a part of me is like, wait. Look at this. See this blue house right next to it in these photos? Is this a house behind a house? It looks like a house behind a house.
All right, let me call him.
Okay. Here he goes, guys.
Oh, wound socket, huh? Problem is we don't have any vacant land comps. I'm 3 miles out. I don't have any comps.
Are you talking to the...
Yeah, I mean, where are you seeing comps?
I'm not. Listen. I looked at the property assessed value, and I looked at what properties of the same size lot we're going for. So, like, what you can build on it, so on and so forth. So, yeah, you're not going to build a 1788 square foot house on that. See what I'm saying? You're going to go 2 stories. So.
I know, but they're wanting 89,000.
I know the tax assessed value for that lot is 50, and they bought it for 35 with the house still on it. So I'm just saying, look at what a double decker. You see what I'm saying? You know how these people are, they're crazy up in. But for that square footage, I mean, it's about all you're gonna get. So he wants too much. You know what I mean?
Right.
You have to talk him down to that closer, way closer to what he bought it for.
Hello? Hello, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments calling about your lot there in Woonsocket. How are you doing? This is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think you had talked to Mar about your lot there in Woonsocket. You were looking to sell that? Is that correct?
No. Which one? What's the house number?
264 Ellsworth Avenue?
Yes. But I'm still on vacation. Just go look at it and call me when I'm coming back next Thursday.
Okay, so you're coming back next Thursday, and that's when you want to talk about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, I'll put a note in there.
Thank you. Not this Thursday, the next one.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. The note says he's available for a follow-up anytime. Okay. All right. He answered, but he said to call him back next Thursday.
Rhode Island.
He said, yeah, just go look at it and call me back next Thursday. Not this Thursday. Next. Okay. Can't wait. Got a lead in Milwaukee. I don't know if I like it, though. let's just call him.
Oh, this is Ross Vanderbilt. Leave a message. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Russ, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments calling about your property there on South Oak Park Court. I think you had spoken to Gene earlier today about potentially selling that property. If you could just give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you. All right. Maybe this could be something in Rhode Island. They want 225. We got comps at 325. Hey, is Justin there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Lantern Lane. How are you doing? Good. You had spoken to Mar about potentially selling that property. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Awesome. Well, I'm looking to pick something up in the area. Looks like something I'd be interested in. He had written here that you were looking to get 225. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Gotcha. Based off of the size of the property, just curious. He said that you hadn't made any updates on the property over the last 5 years, but does it need updates, or is that just you just were saying, hey, I haven't done anything to it in the last 5 years?
Yeah, it could use some updates.
Is it like, are there any systems not working? Is it like heater, AC, stuff like that, or is it just more of like cosmetic updates that it could use?
Cosmetic.
Gotcha. Is it like kitchen, bathrooms? What needs to be done on it specifically? Because that helps me a little bit determine like my budget.
It depends on what level you look at. I redid the bathroom a couple of years ago, so that's something I have done for the past few years. But I didn't replace the tub or anything.
Okay.
I replaced the tub, I replaced the sink, the toilet, we did the walls and stuff, but it was a few years ago, so that's that. One of the bedrooms, the bedrooms are all solid. They just, maybe a couple of years outdated, but other than that, they're pretty solid. A few coats of paint, maybe a little bit of decent trim. All 3 bedrooms are probably about the same. Good to go.
Gotcha. Because if I need to come in and I need to do cosmetic updates, I'm probably not going to be at 225. I'm probably going to be closer to like 190, 195. But that's no realtor commissions. We cover the closing costs and everything like that. So it's kind of a net to you number. The only thing that would come out is if you have a mortgage on it or prorated property taxes. Yeah, this is just my office number. You said you have a couple other people interested? I got you. I could look up and tell you probably the reason why you popped up on my list if you want me to. Let me pull it up real quick. When do you think you're going to hear back from those other people?
I have to contact them.
I got you.
Just start to go through the process.
So I have you down as 2 tags, and one of them could be not even true. First one is free and clear, so you don't have a mortgage on it. So that's trigger number 1. A lot of times people own properties free and clear. It's like, well, they have the ability to sell at a discount for an investor to come in and fix up a property, right? Because that's obviously a priority is, do you even have the ability to sell it to us? And then the second one is tax default. So I don't know if like maybe you were a little bit late on property taxes or something like that, but that's another reason why it popped up.
That's another one that comes around my mortgage.
Yeah. So that's what I had you down as is the 2 tags there as to why we reached out to you.
Okay. Well, pretty convenient anyway, regardless.
Yeah.
Been a lot of sales on.
Well, when would be a good time for me to follow up with you?
Within the next couple weeks.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'll give you a call then. Okay.
Sounds good. Appreciate you reaching out.
Thank you. Bye-bye. If I heard him correctly, what he said is he has a couple other people interested. But then when I asked him specifically, when is he going to hear back from them? He said he has to reach out to them. I like it. All right.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Call.
It's not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Paul, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on 7th Avenue. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling. If you could, give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you. Hey, Russ, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. How are you? I'm pretty good. If you want me to add the flair on the end, it's actually RJ Bates the third. It's, there you go. I'm a true third. Grandfather was senior, dad was junior, and I'm the third. I am. I'm interested in your property here.
That was my mistake because he doesn't want to do much of anything. So what I've done is I've cleaned it out. I've run new plumbing. I've run new electrical. I've enlarged the bathroom. I set the tub. The window is ready for glass blocks. So it's on the way, and it's a winner because it's a good neighborhood. It's a $200,000 property. At this point, if you're interested, it'd be $100K, and I can't even promise you that because I got a partner that needs to sign on for it. So,
Right.
So it's kind of messy. It's kind of messy, but it's a fucking winner, man. It's a winner. I can assure you that.
How much more work dollar wise needs to go into it?
Are you including the labor costs or?
Yeah, labor, materials, everything.
You probably need a $10,000 kitchen. You need a $10,000 garage, and you need $10,000 worth of masonry from concrete work. So, conservatively, 30, 35. So 100K to us, 135 in, and I think you're good for, I don't know, 210 probably.
Right. So what's your partner's stance on this? What does he want to sell or is he not?
I can't tell you. He's unpredictable. I should have not done business with him. So the only opportunity we have, RJ, is to present him with an offer to purchase. And if you're interested in doing that, then we can pursue it. Otherwise, no.
I gotcha. So that's James is your partner?
Yep.
Gotcha. Yep. Well, I mean,
you know as well as I do, money talks, bullshit walks.
Right.
So if you wanna, why don't you do a drive by, RJ, and call me again, and if you're still interested, I'll let you walk through it.
Okay.
I've been building bathrooms my whole adult life, so I've got the bathroom in a really good place, ready for rock and tile, and I'm available to do some work. If that would be part of the deal, you know what I mean? If you said to me, Russ, I'll give you $100K, but I want a little more work done, I would listen to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's a little messy, but it's a winner. So if you're interested, do a drive by and call me back.
I gotcha. Just out of curiosity, is
I'm not actively looking to sell, but
right.
I've been approached by your girl, and so I give her the information.
Yeah, absolutely. Just out of curiosity, is the 100,000 is that a firm number because that's what you owe on it?
No, it's mortgage free.
Oh.
It's my investment, and my time and money that I put into it.
I got you. Makes sense. So you're just trying to get out of it what you got in on it.
Believe me, yeah, it's a back out price, really. So if you're looking to come in any lower, it's really a waste of time.
No, I mean, it feels like a pretty fair price. I mean, especially if I can get the work done for 35, 40 grand. I mean, you're pretty spot on the numbers, you know.
I think, yeah, I've been doing this shit all my life, RJ. So, I got my numbers right. I got my comps right. I got my valuations right. So, it's just a matter of, do you want it, and will James sign on? That's the question.
Right. And then On the square footage, it says 1826. That's all livable square footage, correct?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, let me do my due diligence here, and then I'll reach back out to you, and we'll probably present you with a contract to give to James and see what he says, okay?
Whatever you want to do is all good.
All right. Appreciate you, Russ. All right, bye-bye.
Call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 51743 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Perry, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Parkwood. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for
Hey, Fred, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in South Barrington. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you.
customer you have called is unavailable to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on West 9th Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you. Hi, is Alberto there? Hi, Alberto. This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Beverly Road. How are you? You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct? Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it? 550. All right. Taking a look, that looks like you've got a pretty immaculate property over there, right? I gotcha. Just a quick look. 550 appears to be pretty top of the market. That's where I was coming up with that. Just being honest with you, I'm an investor, so I would be I'd be much less than that. Just because I gotta make money some way. You know what I'm saying? Just depends on the condition. You know, I mean, if it needs work, I got to take that into consideration. You know, it's not a too terribly of a large property, so it probably wouldn't take that much for us to do repairs to. But you know, just quick glance here, looks like 550 is about the top of the market value there. So yeah, I mean that doesn't leave much wiggle in my worm. You know what I'm saying? Do you know the address? Let me see. I don't see any sold comps on Beverly, so I don't know. I don't know how long ago they bought it or for how much. Right. I'm out of Fort Worth, Texas. I'm out of Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah, I appreciate you, Alberto, but it's probably not a good fit for me. There you go. All right, bye-bye. I love it when they just make stuff up. Like, oh, man, there's properties around here going for $680. Like, haven't I told you enough where you know that I can see that? I actually see that that's just not the case. Hey, Angelo, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Oxford Road. You had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. So if you could, give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you. Hi, is Charlie there? Hey, Charlie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Point Breeze Road. How are you doing? Good. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it?
How many do you want?
How many houses or how much do I want to spend?
Depends on how many, which one you want. We have 7.
I'll take all 7.
Are you an investor?
I am.
I don't want to play games. You know, before they have investors, they want some of them and waste of my time. If you are really serious, can you come have a look?
No, I don't think so because I'm in Fort Worth, Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, did you check my property? It's 3 on water and some duplex, some triplex, and did you see my pictures and information?
I'm pulling it up right now to see the information.
Yeah. I think I put the price on that 1.8.
1.8 for Point Breeze?
No,
All of them. 1.8 for 7 properties.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, is this your general phone? I send you the information.
It is.
Or you can text me your email.
Yeah, I can do that real quick. Okay. Just out of curiosity, are these properties tenant occupied? Are they vacant? What's going on with them?
Well, now it's busy time. As we use as a lodging business, short-term renting for those who fishing here and or have vacation. So come and go.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah. Let me send you my email address, and if you can send me over the details, I can definitely take a look and see if it's something that I'd be interested in. Okay, it's okay.
All right.
Yeah, send it to me whenever you get a chance, Charlie, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I have a feeling that that's going to be full retail. But we're not going to turn down an opportunity to take a look at 7 properties. That is in New York. I mean, we'll take a look at it. Yeah, but I don't think it's like New York, New York. It's like Kent, New York. This is Brooklyn, New York.
Please leave your message for 917847.
Hey, Glenda, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on East 52nd Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you were interested in selling that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-489-5678. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is Joey there?
It's Joey.
Hi, Joey. This is RJ Bates calling about your property there on 40th Street. You had entered this on my website saying that you're interested in selling?
Yep.
Awesome. How much are you looking to get for it?
I'm sorry. You're cutting in and out a little. Could you say that again, please?
I said, how much are you looking to get for it?
Oh, the listing price, you're asking about asking price, or
Yeah.
are we negotiating?
No, just how much are you asking for the property?
Okay, that's $765,000.
$765,000.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Where did you see the listing?
I didn't have a listing. You went on my website and you filled out a form. You saw an ad on YouTube video.
Okay. I only listed it on Zillow and Craigslist and Trulia. So I don't know how you saw it on YouTube.
No. You saw my ad on a YouTube video and clicked on it and then gave me all of your information.
Oh. Okay.
Do you remember doing that?
What is the platform called? Your system. What is the product that I clicked?
It was just a video on YouTube that you saw. Probably said, "Are you looking to sell your house?" and you clicked on it, and then it took you to my website, and then you filled out a form.
Okay, what is the called? The system for?
My company is Titanium Investment. I don't know what you mean by system. I mean, it's not a system. I mean, I'm just I'm a buyer. So you're looking to sell the property, right?
That is correct. I just don't remember. Maybe I have. I just don't remember doing that.
Is your email piffy1@hotmail.com?
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, you gave me your email, your name, your phone number, the address. The only thing you said you wanted to sell without a real estate agent. You probably did it over the weekend.
Probably, yeah. I know I clicked something. I don't remember completing the form or whatever. But maybe it went through. So, but bottom line, yeah, we are selling the property for $675, and if you are a buyer, I think it's a good thing.
Yes, it could be a good thing. Is there? Is it a townhome? What is it that you're selling?
So this is a co-op building. I don't know if you are familiar with the co-op. It's in Manhattan, New York City, Midtown East, and it's a one-bedroom apartment in the building.
Okay. What's the apartment number?
It's 5F.
5F. Okay.
Yes, that's right. So I think you have the address, right? 305 East 40th Street.
Yeah, I just didn't have the 5F part.
Gotcha. So 5F, and it's a 750 square feet, one-bedroom apartment. The buyer will have to go through the board process. The board has to approve the purchase, and we can do the paperwork through our system. I have the resources there. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Are you an individual or?
I own the company.
Okay, so you own the company and you guys buy properties.
Correct.
Multiple properties.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. Have you ever bought a co-op unit?
I have not. So this is a little bit of an interesting lead. It's not something that's not typical. It's also not typical for us to.
Right. What I can tell you is that the co-op, the way co-op works is you purchase. You don't really purchase the house. You purchase the shares. So for example, I'm a shareholder of this co-op board, and my understanding is the board would be looking for someone who will live here.
Right.
Or they say parents can buy for their children as well. But I'm not sure if you're doing a business with it. I'm not sure. We can always ask the management company, but I cannot guarantee 100% if that will work.
Yeah.
If you're gonna buy it but not gonna live it, or your family is not gonna live in here, then I don't know. That'll work out.
Yeah, and it also kind of limits what we could do with it. You know, I mean, probably doesn't sound like it could be used as like a rental, right? I'm looking at the pictures. It looks like it's in really good shape. So it doesn't need to be doesn't need work done to it, you know? So I don't necessarily know if this is a good fit for us just from that aspect, you know? Because I'm guessing what the price that you have it for $675 is like top of market value, right?
Yeah, it's an asking price, so we're
But I'm saying like that's probably what it's worth, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, we have a realtor who recommended we put in for $675. We didn't come up with a number. We were told to
Right.
for $675 because that's what they think it's worth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so from my perspective, it's not like I could come in and buy it and do work to it and then sell it for more, you know, so there's not really an opportunity for me as an investor to do anything with the property. So it's probably not a good fit for me from that perspective. I
hear you. And that may be true, actually, because if you are going to upgrade the house, you have to go through the board. The board has to approve, like updating the kitchen or the bathroom, all those things.
Right.
And renting may not be an option because you can only rent it for 2 years, but you have to pay the fees on top of the rental. So they don't encourage residents to rent them.
Exactly.
Only do it for 2 years. So it's not really an investment property. It's for a residential property.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate, Joey. I appreciate the time to be able to take a look at it, but looks like it's not a good fit for me. So best of luck with everything, and hopefully it sells quickly, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Joey. All right. Bye-bye. Miss Cassandra. Let's wrap up for the day. So we got a couple of leads that I totally thought were just fake, like BS leads, and they weren't. That was legitimately an apartment in Manhattan. I think you're muted. But there it is. You're muted.
I must be on the stinking.
There you go.
Somehow got on the webcam again.
But yeah, I mean, look, this could have been straight out of an episode of Friends.
Hold the phone. I'm wanting to look at that apartment that you just microphone. I am not. Look, I don't know how. Okay. I'm looking at this in real time. Okay, so why did you say no?
Why did I say no? Because A, it's full market value. B, you can't rent it. So what are we going to do with it?
There's all kinds of crazy things.
You have to be approved by the board to be the new owner. Like
We sell it to Taylor Swift. I don't know.
I mean, it's just it's not us. It's not a deal.
Bro.
So while Cassie
I don't think we've ever gotten a lead in that part of New York before. Like that part of New York.
No, I don't think we have. I mean, that is straight Manhattan.
Like I wanna like this is blocks away from the Empire State Building, bro. Like I've walked these streets.
Yes. Many of us have. Millions have.
I'm gonna look. Oh, look at the outside. Oh.
Well, while Cassie moans about that, I didn't get any signed contracts today, but I did send 2 contracts. I didn't expect either one of them to sign very quickly. One is a sub 2 in New Jersey. Another one is inherited property there in North Carolina. I haven't updated the KPIs because today was a little bit funky with the phone situation. That brought us up to 160 cent contracts. 114 have been signed. I mean, listen, today by far one of the most grueling days for me, just from the phone aspect. That the conversations were fine. I felt like we made good connection rate, talked to a lot of people, had some really good conversations. I had the Angels down there. He was saying he thought I was going to throw my laptop like Rich did during the qualifiers at one point in time. It just was a frustrating day for me. Hopefully we can get my phone situated tomorrow so I can maneuver a little bit more freely. I think the new phone system is going to be great. It just, unfortunately, today was a little bit of a setback. Outside of that, pretty excited about the sub 2 in New Jersey. That looks like that could be a 6-figure deal. So it's always great when you're able to do that. And not to forget the Colorado lead on the 52 acres. That's super exciting that we could potentially get that seller finance. So I have some homework that I'm going to have to do today as far as putting together that deal and calling that seller tomorrow and seeing if we can get that done. Miss Cassandra, do you have any feedback for day 49?
I mean, holy crap, this apartment is expensive. I mean, yeah, today was rough.
It wasn't actually like, I think it's just us. Like, I think to the people that were watching, it was not a rough day. It was just probably a normal day. It is what it is. That being said, I have to share, because a lot of people joined us today because this happened. So I will share it real quick. Today, my episode with Jerry Norton aired. Looks like we got a 28-minute long interview with Flipping Mastery, the king of wholesaling, Mr. Jerry Norton. We did that in San Antonio. Both me and Cassie will be having a video coming out in a podcast. So since we're wrapping up, love for you guys to just hop on over to Jerry's channel, give that video a view, and I go through my closing style and all the things that I do on a daily basis. And like it says, close more deals. Check it out.
I love Jer Bear. And y'all tell him RJ and Cassie sent you to give him some love.
Yeah. So check it out. Give the video a thumbs up for me. And leave a comment on there. Let Jerry Norton know that the Titanium tribe is strong over here. So appreciate all the love and support from you guys. Tomorrow, day 50, Wyoming, which we soon shall own 110 acres in. So that's exciting. All right, guys. Appreciate y'all. See y'all tomorrow morning, bright and early, 10 a.m. Central.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it.
It's the crucible! Oh, this is what we do.